All right, well, welcome to session three. So, to start off with, I'm going to go ahead and take everybody to the test scene. And from there, most of you have already picked your human forms. Natalie, you have not yet. So, if you can see the scene, you should see your token, and then you should see a whole bunch of human faces or human-like faces. So, if there's anything in there you like, you can let me know.
Okay. Oh my goodness.
Do you see them?
Yes. I'm trying to move my screen so I can see all of them at once because they were kind of cut off.
Oh, okay. You might
Hmm.
need to zoom in because the way the token zoom thing works, it's just showing the base one, which is not helping. So you can just um, use the mouse wheel and zoom in Foundry and get a closer look if you need to.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna need to zoom in on some of these. Oh my God.
Is this any
Uh,
different?
that's a great. Now I have to go get the mouse. My little laptop touchpad is being a butt.
Sorry to hear that.
Okay. Your battery's good, right? Yeah, your battery's good.
All right. So while you're looking at that, um, I was going to mention this to Shane, but he's not here yet. But I updated his Minotaur art. You don't see it on this screen, but you did see it on the previous one. I also updated Tyler your human form art. Are you
I,
satisfied
I
with?
s- I saw that. Thank you. That's excellent.
Okay, good. Okay,
Is
so
this audio any different?
no.
No, still a bit quiet. It's like you just need to talk louder if you're trying to talk quietly in a room.
Hmm.
Anyway, so what I'm gonna go ahead and do while Natalie is choosing is kind of go through the recap real quick. So previously, you were cast down from the divine realm to a new world. You were surrounded by hostile humanoid insectoid creatures and learned that they are called Sorg demons. You spoke to the demigoddess Delena, once the goddess of the sea after the battle. Delena spoke of having hopes for a future alliance with the group and being capable of ascending, but waiting to try to help their world before doing so. You explored the Temple of St. Deal, finding out that the Hammer of Deal was supposed to be on display, but was replaced by a fake. You explored a nearby storage building and found goods such as mead and honey. You explored building ruins on the lower level after Tavros went off on his own and got into a fight. And there you found packaged goods from several different merchants among the ruins, much newer than the surrounding destruction. And you also found dried blood in the area. You explored the ruins of an archive and found a partially complete scroll, as well as several scrolls that need to be deciphered. They were referred to as forbidden scrolls. Um, Judge, with his arcane skill, is able to determine that they are actually spell scrolls, but he needs to equipment and time to decipher them. You performed a ritual to absorb the divine energy of the place of power and gained one experience point. You assaulted the ruined granary where the main Sorg host in the region was located. You defeated the Sorg Queen, lifting the constant feeling of oppression from the area. Any remaining Sorg have flown away. During the battle Tavros fell, and the Queen temporarily controlled Conglomerate, who was partially consumed. You rested for 24 hours inside the temple itself in order to recover and wait for Tavros to return to life. And Tavros, I was going to talk about what happened to him as he returned to life, but he's not here. But basically, he gained a level of exhaustion, and he had the equivalent of a long rest, but plus the level of exhaustion. And once he returned, he had his divine equipment, but the mundane equipment, his inventory was lost when he left. and burned away in the fireball in the ensuing battle. All right. So, Natalie, how are you doing with your selection?
I have selected someone, but for some reason, whenever I hover over them, I just keep getting the same generic
Yeah,
sad-looking lady with a hood.
yeah. Don't worry about it. Which is this? Is this the one you picked?
Yes.
Okay. So let me go ahead and set that up for you real quick.
Is my audio any different now?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, it's a little bit louder. That should be working.
There it is, and we're gonna look for that's Shane. That is Natalie. There we go. Human form. Okay, Natalie, you should have on your token bar an icon that wasn't there before. That looks like a wreath, like you'd wear on your head. Do you see anything like that?
Where's the token bar?
It's at
That
it's at
bunch
the
of squares
bottom
at
of
the
the
bottom.
screen, on the left side, and it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, where you can drag your abilities to.
Yeah.
Do you see the reef?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and select your token, and then hit that. Nothing happened.
No.
Oh, there it
There it
goes.
goes.
Okay, and then if you
Could you
select your
make me
token,
not slanted?
oh, that's because you rotated yourself.
Yeah, I don't know how I did that.
Oh, come on. The heck? Oh, it doesn't matter. You'll be corrected on when you go back to the map. Okay, so if you do that again, you'll switch back, and so that's how you toggle. It might take a bit for it to happen the first time. There you go.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and activate the view. Okay,
Are
so
we automatically in human form, or we have to actually say that we are in it?
it takes 10 minutes to switch, so it's like performing a ritual, like a ritual spell. So you have to stay you're doing it, and then you click the button to make it easier.
Okay.
Okay. So next, I'll go ahead and take you to the map. Shrine of Deal. All right. So you guys had just you'd been resting for 24 hours. You had just recently woken up from your long rest. If you haven't applied your long rest yet, then now's the time to do that. So you gain half of your hit dice back. You gain all your spell slots and all that kind of stuff. Anybody have any issues doing that?
Nope.
Okay. All right. So the next thing I think we're going to do, and this might be a little strange, but I think it might be helpful to kind of get to know the characters, is I think we're going to go through and kind of reintroduce the characters again. But we're going to do it a little differently. You know, you'll give your name, your brief physical description, and any sort of mannerisms or other things your character does that people would notice that set them apart. But the other thing you'll do is mention something about your character that has changed since the last introduction. So whether that be new powers, new understanding, a new point of view, you lost or gained 3 inches, anything like that. Brosnan, why don't you start us out?
Okay, well, my character's name is Izzard, and I guess a weird thing about him is that he insists that he's a wizard, even though he is not a wizard. And now he is also bright blue, 3 inches shorter, and has a beard of feathers, which is kind of cool.
All right.
And yeah.
Sounds good. All right, Darcy.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Her name is Darcy. She is a fawn. She is a bard. Uh, she I don't know if it's actually changed because like I didn't get to play her a second time, so there's not really much to say that anything changed so much as she very much feels like, oh, she does not feel the most confident in the group that she has been stuck with. I'll just say that.
Well, she didn't feel like that before when you first introduced your character, so that is a change of point of view. So that makes sense. All right, Joel.
All right. So I'm playing Conglomerate. That's what he goes by. He is like a man-sized like bug creature. He's got 4 arms. Looks kind of anty, but walks bipedally most of the time. Um, Something weird about him is I think sometimes if you're watching while he's alone or if he's like off in a corner somewhere, I think he'll sometimes kind of like talk to himself and just kind of seem lost in his own mind for a little bit. And something that's changed. Hmm. I'm not sure too much has really changed besides he's not super animalistic like we went over last time, but he will, if he's caught off guard, he will fall back onto his more animal-like tendencies.
So does his experience with the Sword Queen did that have any effect on him?
Definitely, definitely. So, yeah, I think he's learning that there's a lot of new things to experience, a lot of new like things to slowly learn about and adapt to. He's also interested in how this will bring him more power, like make him more complete and better. So like that Sorg's ability to dominate his mind so easily and use his body to heal herself was very interesting and scary for Conglomerate.
All right, cool. All right, Tyler.
Okay, well, I'm playing Judge. I have no physical changes as of yet. Um, when we first arrived here, he was more on the quiet side, just kind of staying back and observing. But after the events of the first couple of sessions, he seems to be standing up and taking more of a role of guidance and direction with the party.
All right,
Um,
sounds good. And Dave, I don't see you logged into Foundry, but you can still go through and introduce your character.
One second, I'm gonna
Uh,
interrupt for
Oh, go
just a
ahead.
minute. Jeremy, Shane just responded to me and he said he'd be about 45 more minutes.
Okay, yeah, we're just gonna go on without him then. It's
Yep,
unfortunate because it would have been nice for him to participate in this, but it is what it is.
yep.
We'll have him reintroduce his character later.
Mhm.
All right, Dave, can you hear me?
am I coming through it all?
Yep.
Yeah. So I don't see you in Foundry, but go ahead and reintroduce your character anyway, and then we'll figure out what to do about that next.
Wait, what?
you're not in Foundry, but go ahead and reintroduce your character and then get logged in.
I guess I'm a bit confused. What's up with the introductions? I thought we already did that.
Yeah, we did that. Oh, I guess you didn't hear me, but the idea was that you'll reintroduce the characters. It's to kind of, we're still kind of new, and the characters still learning each other. So it's just kind of reinforce that. So just give a name, a brief just physical description, any sort of mannerisms or behaviors that the other characters would notice that stand out, and then what is your character? What has changed about your character since the last time you introduced him? Whether it be new powers, new understanding, new point of view, new phobia, etc.
Okay, well, character's Cyclonin. He looks like a Black Panther, and I don't really know what would have changed.
Okay. Um, is there anything that Cyclonin does? Any odd ticks or anything that other people would have picked up on? Makes them stand out?
Um, I don't know yet.
Okay, fair enough. All right. So then the next thing is that you guys have been through a lot. You know, you've crashed down in a new world. You've fought these sword creatures. You met a demigoddess. You defeated the Sword Queen. You found that the hammer of deal has been swapped with the fake, but you found a clue as far as you know where that might be. You also found various other information, including a cave with a Greater Basilisk. So, given your situation and the world, and the fact that you've had to deal with things like tired muscles and exhaustion and limited powers, which you're just not, you're not used to. You're not used to being mortal. Um, so, what do your characters think about the situation, and what are your plans?
Well, just to make sure we don't miss anything, we did find several boxes of dried and preserved fruit and some other rations, and a couple of boxes, I believe it was meat and wine. So even though we're feeling hungry, we do have food here in this here where we're resting. So
Yeah, you've had your fill, but you were still hungry. You were still
I
eating.
was just
Yeah.
I was just recapping our resources for anybody who missed.
Okay.
I think being a young god conglomerate is not too phased going back into like essentially survival mode, like having to eat, having to rest, all that, just because it's so built into his biological memory. I think what conglomerate is focused on right now is also drawing from that biological memory, which is when you're in a new place, the first thing you need to do is secure food, then secure like a home or a base and clear out the area around you. So he's very interested in making wherever we decide to go be a safe space for us because having lived in hives for most of his mortal life, he's used to like having and defending and controlling the area around him.
All right. All right. Anybody else have anything to say about plans or what your character's thinking about the situation?
I don't really have a ton to add.
All right.
This is just for me.
Okay.
We're still on the island that we started on, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have yet to explore the possible idea of leaving or a boat or anything. So I remember there was a boat that was
Mhm.
mentioned at the very
There was a
first.
shipwreck that was mentioned. Yes.
Yeah, there's a shipwreck, so I assumed that we could salvage the ship or something to get off the island.
Right.
From what you've seen above as you're falling, though, and this may not have come through because of the way the map was presented, um, you're on a fairly large landmass. It might be an island, but if so, it would be a really large island. So you suspect that there's a good chance, anyway, that there's probably civilization.
I think we had
Okay.
heard that there was a city. I thought it was northeast. I'm not sure, but I think we had heard that there was a city nearby, and we were toying with the idea of going there, but we decided we wanted to fully explore this area first. Because there's potential artifacts here, like that hammer, could be something we could absorb for power.
Okay. Because I missed last
Yeah.
session, so I'm missing a lot of
Yeah,
context here.
we didn't do too much last session, besides just kind of more exploring in this general area. We didn't fully, we were planning on going into the Basilisk Cave next, but what we did do was we fought the Sorg Queen because Conglomerate kind of pushed them to fight the bugs, and a lot of other people agreed with that. So we got into a pretty gnarly fight with the Sorg Queen, and Tavros was killed. So, but we managed to defeat
Oh,
her. Yeah.
yeah. Whoops. Well, that's what happened. The healer isn't there.
Yeah, that is
True.
exactly what we were saying. We were like, some heals would be great right now.
We had Darcy over there. She's just like filing
Just-
her nails. She's like, "What are
yeah,
you looking at me
exactly.
for? I didn't agree to this."
Like she was just kind of like playing in the grass or something, just hanging out. Like, I don't want to go in that stinky cave.
It's like, nah, the boys got it. I have a flower crown to make. I'm busy.
But yeah, we managed to defeat her. I think we took a long rest after that.
Yeah, you guys
And
rested for. You actually rested for 24 hours.
Part
yeah,
of me wants to RP. Herb is like, "Oh, what happened? Oh, you died. Wow. Good job, everyone."
But yeah, you rested for 24 hours. A long rest was taken amongst that 24 hours, but obviously it wasn't the whole thing. You waited for Tavros to come back to life, which he did, which is why his icon's there. But it obviously took the full 24 hours. Fortunately, nobody else died, so it didn't take longer. Yeah, it is now. Oh, that is annoying. Hold on. It is now 9:50 in the morning, the next day. Um, so what are you guys gonna do?
okay. I think our next plan of attack was to go and check out that Basilisk cave. Are we still feeling up to that, or do we want to explore more of the ruins?
I believe that we can be going to explore the Basilisk Cave. That is an object, a mirror of power.
Agreed.
And I believe we've already kind of explored what few things the outlying buildings have to offer. We've either salvaged the goods for our personal consumption or have burned them.
Yeah. I forget, was there another tower? This is out of character. Was there another tower that we had yet to explore?
No, just the that one granary tower with all the little bug demons.
That's right. Okay. Cool.
You may be thinking of the Tower of Menace. It's if you go to the open book and go to handouts, you can see the various scrolls that you found, and
Yeah,
there was a tower mentioned in there,
I
but
think that's
you
what
don't
I'm
know where that
thinking of.
is.
Okay, got it, got it. I didn't know if that was nearby because I remember that being mentioned in the scroll. Yeah, the tower
Yeah,
calls to me. Yep, the tower minute. Yeah, yeah, that's what I was thinking
yeah.
of.
We will eventually be hunting down this tower and the person who has written this
Because they stole
scroll.
the hammer and moved it to there, right? That's kind of what
Yes.
we gathered from that handout. Yeah.
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 But immediately I'm thinking that it would be most wise for us to have a bit of a scouting expedition first. It is good to maybe get a little bit of lay of the land of the cave before we just go running in to see what kind of creature we are going to be fighting.
Yeah,
It sounds like
Agreed.
reasonable ideas.
I
I
agree.
agree.
Go ahead, Brosnan
No, I was agreeing. That's all.
and Joel.
Um,
That's what I said as well.
Okay.
Sorry, didn't mean to overlap.
are there a few of us that can be more stealthy?
I
Hmm.
have decent sneak. My body camouflages, and I'll turn the same shade as the wall next to me.
What
Sorry,
level is your
Darcy, I
sneak?
hear you.
My sneak is +7.
Okay, better than mine.
Probably not the best though. I'm sure we have some other stealthy people.
Mm, mine's just +6, so.
Okay.
I think this is up to you.
Okay.
Kalanga.
Do
Unless
we
you
have?
want a buddy.
Yeah, I think scouting in the buddy system is usually better, just because if one of us has another like a problem happen, then one of us can return and report.
Yes, I think this would be good ideas.
So I think a buddy system is good. The mission then is go in, assess the power and lay of the land, any strategic advantages and disadvantages, and report. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Understood.
I have a 16 stealth, so it should be good enough to join you.
Okay.
A
So that would
16?
be.
Yeah, plus 6.
Oops.
Oh, +6. I thought you plus 16. I had a panic attack.
Okay, so the 2 plus 6s can go.
Let's do it.
Because I'm only plus. Well, I have +6. So we have 3 roughly stealthy people. How good is your perception? That's another thing. Who has good perception? Because
Oh, that's a
it's
good
fine if
thought.
you're stealthy, but if you can't see shit, then you're not useful.
Plus
My
4.
my perception is +5.
Okay. What was your
Right.
perception?
Plus 4.
My perception is +4, but my stealth is +5. I seem to be the least stealthy of our group going here.
Okay. Oh shit, I'm not in character. Hold on. It's hard to tell sometimes because some of you guys do voices and some of you guys don't.
Sometimes I like to try the voice and then I'm disappointed with how it turns out, so I stop.
I mean, it's literally just practice the whole time.
Yeah, that's fair.
So
I also
the
like
more you
don't
do
know
it,
how
the
to make.
easier it'll be.
That's true. I just don't know how to talk like a bug without just sounding terrible.
Well, don't talk like a bug. You're an alien.
That's true. That's true. That's a good point.
Although he does just make clicking sounds.
Yeah, I am very bug-like. I think that's part of the
Well, you
thing.
speak telepathically, so
That's true. I don't.
True.
Yeah, I don't. I sound however you want me to sound.
So you can have any dialect, any kind of voice or pitch that you want. So yeah, you speak through your mind. Who
Yeah,
even
yeah,
needs vocal cords?
yeah. Exactly. They're not worth my time.
but yeah, some people like doing voices and some don't, so it's fine either way.
All right. Well, I'm going to do a voice because if I don't, I will never do a voice. I have to commit. Also, it just makes it easier to, distinguish when I'm in character when I'm out of character. Especially if I
That's
need
true.
to ask a question.
Yep, fair enough.
Yeah, I believe
Okay,
you did have a
Darcy
voice
mode
on our first
activate.
session.
Let's go to Russia.
I actually love Darcy's voice. I think it sounds so funny.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you very much. I
It's
try very hard.
everything.
I don't know what I'm doing, but I am trying.
It's everything I tried and failed miserably at.
Oh, that's so sweet of you. Okay, we do something now. What we doing? We scouting? No, we're not scouting. You
Yeah.
are scouting. I'll be over here.
I
Okay.
think we have
So you're
some
not
mead if you want to kick back and relax.
Mm.
Or wine. One of those two.
both, I think.
So,
You're not the friends that I would party with. Sorry. You know, there's a
Wow.
nice field of flowers over there. I'll be over there if you need. She is going to find flowers to make a flower crown with, as she has done before, because she is very helpful. Yes.
of course.
All right, King Gizzard. I think it's up to you and
Well,
me.
she does know that it's basically a jungle outside, and so finding flowers is rather easy for you.
Exactly. She's like, I know what I'm going to do for the next hour and a half, unless someone actually needs my help.
You guys can open the door.
I was wondering, like, why can I not
There it
leave? What
is.
is this?
Same thing.
I was also doing that. I was like, I guess the door's locked. Okay.
All right.
So,
So
cave.
as you're moving around, you do see the blood from the insectoid creatures, but Darcy, you notice that the bodies of those creatures are all gone.
What's happened to bugs?
Other bugs come and have taken them away to be re-eaten. They seem
Oh.
to be cannibalistic.
Oh, I mean, they are bugs. That is what they do. Not
Hey,
anything.
hey.
Shifting the
Hey.
temperature.
Hey,
You do not count.
you.
All right, so Gizzard and Conglomerate, you approach the cave. You can see the water, the stream kind of flowing into the cave. You're not looking inside. It looks like you should be able to walk through the stream. However, doing so quietly isn't going to be easy. So the upshot is that you have disadvantage on stealth checks when trotting through the water.
Got it.
Gotcha.
All right. So what I'm going to do next is show the door, so that you should see a doorway over the cave now. If you wish to enter, you can click on the doorway if you're close enough.
All right.
Let's go.
I'm clicking on the. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, let me go ahead and go in there myself.
I'm gonna make a quick roll to see if
I cannot
conglomerate.
see.
All right. So can you see your tokens?
I can't. I just still see the other. Oh no, I have to do the thing at the top.
I can see my token, but I can't see in the dark. I didn't think about
If
this.
you can't see in the dark, it's going to be pitch black. You're inside
Oh, I
a
can
deep
see.
cave.
I didn't think about this aspect.
It's okay. I can communicate telepathically, so I'll just say,
That's true.
follow
That's
me.
funny.
It goes forward, which
I
our
have
character would be to the right for a little bit. Let's advance about 2 to 3 paces.
Am I going the right way?
Yes. Go forward 2 more paces.
All right. As you approach, you hear a. Actually, go ahead and stop. Go ahead and give me your stealth
Yeah.
check.
Yeah, I see. Yeah. Okay.
Both of you, give me your stealth check.
I don't see anything.
It's okay. You're doing fine. You're doing great.
You have disadvantage.
Okay. Jeez, this is scary. All right. How do I just click on it and then disadvantage should come up?
Yeah. All right. That's a pretty good disadvantage roll.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Okay. So as you approach, you see the large. It almost looks like a giant, a massive snake, and you can see it kind of turn its head towards your direction, where it heard water splashing. However, because one of you succeeded, it hasn't actually found your location yet. So it's looking around. It knows something's there, but it doesn't know exactly where you are.
Okay.
Maybe we should leave.
Yeah, 1 second. just kinda
Anyway,
trying to-
so yeah, there we go.
I think we should. That's a beeping noise. That's horrible.
You hear this loud echoing noise, and then suddenly you hear a booming voice. Godlings, I have been tasked to. I have been tasked to protect the artifact by the goddess herself. Come at me if you dare. You will die. What do you do?
We probably
I'm gonna
leave. Yeah.
I'm gonna leave. Left.
All right. Do I click something to leave?
Click that. There should be a little door there.
Okay, I think I spam clicked enough to click it. There you go.
Yep. Let me go
All
ahead.
Make Sid get out.
Okay.
All right. Can you guys see the scene?
Yes.
All right. So you just left the cave. There were some turns as you were going in, so the rest of the party wouldn't have heard any of that. So what do you guys do?
I guess we report back.
Yeah.
What do you say?
What do we say?
I was able to see the cave was about 5, 10, 15. It was around 30 by 30 or 40 by 40 feet from what I could see, with another small passage at the end. The snake was there. It was a very big snake. I don't like snakes. It was a scary snake.
It was pretty big, but I didn't see it, so I'm just going by what I've heard.
The snake was very, very large. it also it knew somehow it knew already that we were gods, which was concerning. It spoke to us. I didn't think that snakes could speak, but
Yeah. This one can.
Well, it is
this one
I
can.
a
didn't think
special
Butt could
guardian
speak either,
creature.
but here we are.
That's a fair point.
She's like idly plucking at a jungle flower's petals as you're like relaying this information.
Hmm.
Half
And
interested.
There were some
it was just
tactical.
as okay.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, was it just a straightforward entrance into a large room? Was there any geographic tactical uh, potential?
That's what I was getting to next. So
Okay.
the entrance was about a 30-foot, 40-foot little hallway that you went through. And then not 30 feet. It was a little bit shorter than that. It was a short little entrance hallway, and then it opened up into a larger cave with some columns in the back, if I recall correctly. And then the snake was kind of at the top. It was not great. Honestly, this a fight in there would be very tough. That's the snake is very much in its element there. There was water in there, so it was very hard to sneak, and I would assume it would be hard to move around as well. Um, yeah, it didn't look super amazing, but the snake confirmed that the artifact was there. It said it was guarding the artifact.
True.
So it would seem as a straightforward contest of power of godlings to the guardians of the artifact. I believe this seems very straightforward. We just sort of will be walking in. We know that it is not much of a trap since it is just him, and he is aware of our presence, so there is no advantage of tactical precision.
Hmm. Oh well. Nope.
Perhaps perhaps we can rest up a bit, relax, there, make sure we are in fighting form ready, and just be going in straight away. I can go in first and be announcing our presence and the formal contest of uh, of
Yes.
yeah.
It
I
was
agree with
very
this.
dark in there, so we might need light as
We
well.
have we are having two lanterns, and I am believing that we can do a little more. I have been reorganizing my spells in my spell book, and I believe I can be giving us some more illumination if that is what is required.
Why should we fight Snake in Hole? Why not draw it out?
Mm,
Will it be coming
I
out?
agree.
Besides, why fight at all? I can turn one of you invisible. Sneak past Snake, grab item, leave.
hmm.
Risk
Excellent idea.
dying in process, but you'll come back.
Excellent idea. But can a basilisk see invisible? It has magical eyes.
Don't
Probably can.
know. Try it. See
Only
what
one way to
happens.
find out.
I suppose. Would you be willing to do this before we commit to a large battle?
Who
We,
willing to be sacrificed?
I have showed the most interest in the mirror. I suppose it should be me going.
But
Well,
are you sneaky?
yeah, we
Uh,
need to be sneaky.
I can turn you invisible, but if Invisible Bull still knock over all dish in China shop, it'll still be
Mm,
known.
I look to conglomerate.
yep.
You seem to have extra arms and legs.
Yes.
Are you like most insectoids able to be sticking to the walls and ceiling like spider?
Uh, I'm a little too heavy for that.
You would have
Kind
to
of big.
have climbing speed to for that to even start to be a thing.
I had no idea if his species had that or not. I was asking.
No, it's not a racial thing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play it as I'm just too like the main reason bugs can do that is because they're light, so they just kind of grip on. I am too big.
All right.
I can climb, I just can't do that. I'd be willing to sneak in though.
All right. And how big overall was the room?
Was the room?
Yes.
I hmm. Um, I didn't get an exact count because I was busy being terrified by the snake, but I'd say it was about 30 by 30 or 40 by 40 approximately.
Excellent. I think I might be having another idea, but I will require a buddy for these.
Hmm. If you want, I can turn two people invisible, but that
That
is
would
only
be
enough.
that will be enough. Um, I shall be going in with our sneaky bug friend here, and I will stay by the entrance as your lifeline. You will be sneaking past him to grab Zamir, and then as soon as you are having Zamir, I will be able to teleport you out and away from the cave without having to worry about getting past the basilisk a second time.
Hmm. Okay. I like that.
We
Can
are in
you,
agreement.
yes. Can you see in the dark?
I cannot,
Hmm.
and I
Would
do
that
not
affect
have the.
anything? It's very dark in there.
Yeah, let me check the spell here real quick. Uh, Magically twist space around you to another creature you can see within range. Crap. Alright, this might not work as well as I initially thought.
That's all right. I
I
think
don't
I
think
can
my
still sneak in and make it happen. If not, then I get squished and I don't know,
Well,
come
if you can
back.
sneak past him one direction and get Zamir, and then make yourself seen to me, then I can still be doing this.
If I, well, the only way I
Do
could
you have
think
a
of,
do you have a like a here are you wearing clothes?
no, I'm actually completely bug naked.
Do you have armor?
Nope.
Okay.
That would
Is
interfere with my carapace.
do you have an internal carapace flap that is
Oh, I have like a backpack. Yeah.
if I were to
Actually,
give
do
you a
you?
small glowing
I don't think you do have a backpack because you
Oh,
guys came down to nothing but your divine equipment.
and I don't
yeah.
have any clothes or anything. So I'm
You can make
carrying
one.
rope.
You
Have I
can
just
make
wrapped?
one.
I
All
guess I
right.
just wrapped. I am wearing something technically because I have 50 feet of rope. I think I just kind of wrapped the rope around myself.
Okay.
So if I give you a small stone that is glowing, you can put it away in a pocket or something where you cannot be seeing it, and then once you grab mirror, you shine stone, and then I can
Put it away where
snap
nobody
it out.
sees it.
Yeah.
Okay. And then take it back out. That part will be harder,
When
but I can do that, I think.
I mean, you could just
okay,
put it in your mouth.
That's, yep,
okay.
where I was going.
I pick up a pebble and I cast cantrip light on it and hand it to him.
What's the
Okay,
range on the cantrip? I mean the light effect.
Um, hold on, I'm coming right up. Cantrip light. Now, I would imagine it can be seen from far away, even if you can't see what's in between, right? Well,
Oh, that's
Come on.
true. But I was going to turn on the if he pulls it out, I was just going to turn on the light. So I'm
Okay.
just going to pick the right one.
I'm pulling it up now. It just takes a second. I've got not the good internet connection here.
But yeah, you're right. Even a candle can be seen from a long distance if it's
Okay.
a clear line of sight and the weather isn't bad, etc., etc.
All right. Until the spell ends, the object shows bright light in a 20-foot radius and dim light for an additional 20 feet.
Okay, so it's a torch.
Yeah.
It's same level as a torch. Okay, got it.
Okay, cool. I will take the stone and gobble it, shove it in my mouth.
Okay. And then I will go in with you, and you stop me at the appropriate spot to not be seen by the basilisk, but to be able to, get out of the cave.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. So whoever's going in can just get close and click on
Oh,
the door.
wait, could I get invisibility, please?
Yeah, you might not want to walk in there just yet, but I mean, you can. It'll just take longer. A whole 24 hours longer.
If you right click on your character, you should be able to set effects on your character, and one of them is invisibility, so it'll show his little icon, so we know you're invisible.
Got it.
Oh, technically, I can do 3 people invisible, but only 2 are getting it.
Yeah, I
Oh,
can't
wait.
summon the dark, so I'd be useless anyways.
I just remembered this from earlier. Cyclonen, did I see you add a status effect of wet cat? What was that?
That was an experiment. Some of that was an accident. That actually came about because I was trying some other experiments like that
Ah, okay.
or that.
Oh, that's fun.
Oh, cool.
You can assign different effects. There's
Oh,
built-in effects such as the invisibility, but yeah, there's other things you can do as well.
how do I make my own like that? Like a chittering or like talking?
Yeah.
Hmm, a
I have
little
like
bit.
little. I have Hoofy and a goat tail, so.
It's a little bit weird. Basically, I found there were certain settings you had to set even if they didn't do anything. But when you go to the effects tab under inactive, it happened to be under inactive effects. I guess it doesn't matter. There's an add button, and when I click that, it creates an effect. Then on near the end of the effect, you can click the little middle icon, which is edit effect. Under details, you can give it a new name, like make one right now.
Oh, that's interesting.
And then I'm giving it a duration of 10 seconds for whatever reason. That doesn't seem to really matter here. The important part, though, is you have to go to the effects tab and you have to hit a little plus. There's a line that says attribute key, change mode, effects value. You have to hit plus to create an attribute key, even though you're not going to put anything in there. If you don't, you don't actually see the name thing pop up. Also, if you go back to details, you can change the icon tint color. It defaults to black, but like I'm going to go ahead and just change this one to different colors. So, okay, so when I do all that, now I can go ahead and click the little checkbox, and it turns on the status effect. The name only shows up briefly, but the little icon is there. That puts you up in the temporary effects section. Then I can go ahead and click the little X to disable the effect, and then it goes away.
So how do I get it to show up in that screen again? It was you said
So
I
on your
had to
character sheet, you would go to the effects tab.
yeah, I created an effect. I think I missed something with I
Okay.
have to assign an attribute or something.
Okay, so are you actually in the effect editing it?
Yeah.
Okay, so you should see somewhere just below the description, the name of the effect, you should
Mm-hmm.
see details, duration, and effects. You would go ahead and
Uh-huh.
click on effects,
Yep.
and then that takes you to a window that says attribute key in it.
Oh
All
yeah.
the way to the
Okay.
far right, you hit a plus. You're not changing anything in
Got
there,
it.
but you have to
Got
create
it.
the attribute effect,
Okay.
otherwise the name won't appear when you toggle it.
I see. Cool. And then submit
And you
changes
can
and I'm
change
good.
the icon to whatever you want. You see where it says psychotic chittering? Just click on the icon. Oh, it doesn't work. Okay, never mind. You should be able to do that in there.
Let me see. I'm gonna psychotically chitter.
All right. So as you psychotically chitter, what are you gonna do?
Okay, to the cave.
All right. So you should be able to click on there. All right. So do you see your token?
1 second.
Okay.
I do not own any token in this scene. Oh, hold on. I think it's being weird.
I see you in
Well,
there.
I cast it, so I no longer have those slots.
Yep.
I can't
And
I
I'm
can't pull
invisible.
up the okay, now it worked. I think it was just taking a
Okay.
bit.
Cool. Cool. Alrighty. So let me go ahead and pull the observer over so it can see what's going on.
All right. And if Kong is here with me, I can't see him. He has to guide me
That's
so that we
fine, I
don't give our
got you.
position away.
Move to the right, slightly up, 2 paces.
Now, are you guys trying to be stealthy, or does it?
Yes.
Yes,
So,
I can't see Tyler's token.
that is weird.
Yeah, I can't see Joel's token either. That's why I was saying I can't see you.
Make sure. Let me make sure he's actually in here. Well, he is. That's strange. I can, when I click on your token, Joel, I can see his token right next to you,
Right next, like where, to the right or the
to the
left?
left.
I don't see
Can you
that, but
see?
that's fine.
Can you see my marker?
So if I do that, can you see anything?
No,
I
I can't
cannot
see
see
him.
Joel. I can see a cave, but I cannot see
Oh,
him.
is it because he has invisible on? Oh my
Oh
gosh,
yeah, you do guys.
that's
Oh, that's right.
cool.
That's right. You guys do
That's
have invisible
sweet.
on.
Okay.
You want me to turn that off?
No, no, no. Let's play with it. That's fun.
All right.
Okay, now, so normally you have disadvantage because of the water, but invisibility gives you advantage. So go ahead and roll flat.
Wonderful.
Both of you roll
Oh,
stealth flat.
got it.
Okay. All right.
Oh.
Oh man.
It's okay. He's not being seen. He just has to stand there.
All right.
Do not
So as
perceive.
you guys kind of go through, you can you definitely hear the basilisk again, and so it doesn't know. It doesn't seem to know exactly where you are, but it knows you're in the cave.
All
What do
right.
you do?
Okay,
All right. And
that's
you
fine.
cannot leave me without the line of a direction, so I cannot be around the corner. You need
Yep,
to place me where I need to be.
that's fine. I think that will be an accept. I think that's the best spot for you because the snake cannot see you there, but you have decent line of sight into the cave.
Okay.
Let me double check. Yes, I like that spot for you. That'll be a good spot. Okay, if the snake talks, distract it. I don't know. Chat with it. Have a nice conversation.
I will be trying.
Okay, I'm gonna move in. Bye bye.
Okay. You start moving forwards, moving really slowly because you're trying to avoid splashing in the water. But you made your
Exactly.
stealth roll, so you are doing that. And you do kind of see sometimes see the basilisk between the columns, and it seems to be standing there looking in the general direction of the cave opening.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't seem to be aware of your exact location.
Okay, great. I know that there's some stuff blocking my view, but do I see if the basilisk is, if there's anything near it, like a mirror or just anything that is like,
What you can see near the basilisk is you can see some roots sticking out of the wall. You can see
okay,
some rocks, stalagmites, stalactites, that kind of thing. But you don't see like a treasure chest or a pedestal or anything that looks like a mirror.
or like a pile of loot? I know some snakes like to lie on loot.
Yeah,
Or is
you
that a
don't
different
see
type
you
of
don't see
snake?
a pile of loot. In fact, what's interesting is you don't even see like debris of bodies or stone bits or anything like that.
Hmm, interesting.
And
I'm
then
gonna keep
as you're
moving.
moving, you hear Godlings, I know you're there. Show yourselves.
We are not yet ready to be showing ourselves. Perhaps a conversation would be in order first.
Oh yeah.
I have nothing to say. Leave now, and you shall possibly live. All right, Joel, go ahead and stop
Oh,
there.
I'm.
Yep, I did.
As you start moving past the column here, you notice that his head suddenly starts moving your direction. Do you take that step? So you were here. Do you step
Hmm.
forward? You can see him turning sort of toward the direction where you're going to pop out.
Um, no, I think I'm gonna freeze, and even though I'm invisible, like that's what conglomerate's used to doing with having camouflage skin is when something's moving towards you to see you, he would just freeze and try to hope to blend in.
Okay.
So he's just gonna freeze and try to like kind of blend into this side wall that he's next to, and just kind of like
Sure.
sit there for a moment.
What is your carapace? You have that carapace where it changes color. Does that
Yep.
take an action?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, go ahead and give me another stealth check to do a hide with
Okay,
advantage.
sounds good. Oh,
Okay.
nat 20.
He was starting to turn toward where you're going to show up, but all of a sudden he stops moving and kind of turns back the other way and just kind of he seems to be scanning as if looking for something.
Hmm.
As he's scanning, am I still talking?
He's after telling you to leave. He stopped talking. He
Let
seems to
me.
be scanning and waiting at the moment.
Well, surely, what a horrible predicament you are in. I mean, come on. Do you like being stuck in this one cave, waiting for godlings who might or might not be bothering to show up? What are you guarding anyway? Something of such value and importance? Is it just a mirror or a box of treasure or a sword or a shield? Exactly. Aren't you bored? Do you really like being here isolated and all alone? I would gladly play a game of chess with you.
I actually like this. You should make him your friend.
Yeah, I agree.
But I am going to telepathically talk to Judge now, and I'm going to say you can hear, even though it's telepathically, that Kong is a little bit distressed and start to panic as he's in an unfamiliar situation. And he says, "The snake is looking at me. Snake is looking towards my direction. What do I do?"
Okay. Um,
Distressed
can I
clicking.
psychically reply?
No, it's
Or is
one
he
No,
way.
just
you
gonna okay,
no, you
one
cannot.
way. Okay. You're just gonna have to go off my cues.
Yep,
As
that's
I'm
fine.
talking to
Because I
him
can.
and I'm
Oh, I
oh,
can't.
good.
Never mind. I was gonna say you can make hand signals, but you totally can't because you're invisible.
Yeah. And that's not a problem. I was gonna go auditory anyway.
Okay.
But as I'm talking to him and saying, you know what, I'd be willing to play games of chess with you. It's got to be better than sitting here in this damp cave all by yourself, boring. As I do that, I would like to pick up a small rock and just kind of throw it, maybe 15 or 20 feet away from me, so it makes a kerplunky sound,
Go ahead and ping
just like I'm.
approximately where you expect it to land. You
Actually,
can't see, but
Alrighty.
just kind of just ping where you think it is.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's see here.
I
Let me
think
zoom in.
Tavros is in the house.
Oh, hey,
Hey, I'm
Snake.
so sorry I'm late, guys. My
Oh,
bad.
hey.
I'm gonna say probably close to. Actually, no. More like off to the side, just kind of with my left hand, just kind of, you know, haphazardly, kerplink, just to make a sound, just a little rock, blink.
So what
Not
actually
exactly where I
happens,
am.
conglomerate, is he throws a rock and it hits the wall here,
Yes.
and then splooshes in the water.
Okay. Snake. What does a snake do?
Actually, that's a good question. He is going to move forward.
Uh.
And once he moves forward, he immediately locks on you as if he can just see you. You were obscured before by the column, but as he moves forward, his true sight reveals your position, and I'm gonna need you to make a con save.
Okay.
Oops.
Uh-uh.
All right, so
Not my best.
you find yourself becoming rigid, and as you look down, you find that oops, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. As you look down, you find that part of you has turned into stone. The visibility vanishes, and the petrification process has begun.
Was there any sort of visual to this event?
The only visual would be the basilisk looking at conglomerate, but unfortunately,
No
oh, and
flash
him
of
showing
light,
up.
no magical beam. No flash of light, no magical beam.
No magical beam. Just him looking.
Um,
Because this is
uh,
still pitch black. I'm literally in just a black
yeah.
screen.
Yeah. So unfortunately, you didn't actually see that. You don't know that
Yeah.
that conglomerate started to turn to stone. But conglomerate, you are now restrained and can no longer do anything.
Okay, I'm going to telepathically communicate with Judge yet again, even more panicked, and I'm going to say, "The snake is magic. It can see invisible. It's a stone elemental. I don't know.
I'll
I'm
say out.
freezing. Help!"
I'll say out loud. Spit out the stone. Spit out the stone.
I
Okay, as
spit
you
it
go to
out.
spit out the stone, 'cause it probably took a couple of seconds for you to do that, go
Yep.
ahead and make another con save.
Uh-oh.
How can I even open my mouth? Oh no.
Okay, so what happened is you spin out the stone, and just as the stone left your mouth is still open. The petrification process has finished. You are now fully petrified.
But the stone is
However,
out.
the stone hits the ground, and you can see it, Judge. It's over you.
Okay. I cast vortex warp.
You cast what?
Vortex warp.
All right, and so what does that do?
Hold on a second. I'm pulling it up.
You'll want to click on it anyway, so it uses the spell slot and all that.
Okay. Let me pull that open. Come on.
To an unoccupied space of your choice that you can see within range. Okay, so I'm assuming this means you're teleporting Khan somewhere.
I am teleporting Khan 90 feet out of the cave.
Okay, and are you leaving as well?
Yes, but I'll have to walk out myself.
Okay, so conglomerate, go ahead and you're petrified, but for
Yes.
now, go ahead and walk to the edge and go ahead and click on the door so that you leave.
You got it. Judge, for context, where outside in this world were you putting me? Just kind of randomly outside?
Um, I'm gonna have to get out so I can see. Is that okay,
Uh,
Grimmy?
Yeah, you can leave. Just go ahead and click on the door and leave yourself.
All right. I do not see the door.
Okay.
Oh,
Uh,
there we go.
oh, you got it.
That was a guess. A total guess. All right. Yeah, I would just put you. Yep, that's good enough. Just as long as you were outside.
So as
It's a 90-foot range.
you see conglomerate suddenly appear as a stone statue outside, um, and then you
with a
hear Judge splashing through the water, but he's still invisible, so you can't actually see him. Actually, no, you cast a spell,
Actually, I'm.
so you
Yeah,
got
I'm
it.
visible again. All right. How do I
My
get rid of?
mouth is
Oh,
open
there we go.
wider than I think any of you have ever seen it, and
That's
Judge is
kind
like
Uh,
shocked and confused.
So yeah, his
Uh,
mouth is wide open, and he's basically a bug statue. He is not dead.
okay.
Though.
He's not dead though.
He's not dead. He is petrified, but he's not dead.
how to depetrify.
Cool.
Um,
Well,
as we come out, I go ahead and I'm getting. Sorry. Let me get that. Well, the snake is very large, and it can be seen in the dark and invisible. So sneaking was not much of a help. But yes, I'm thinking it will be a straightforward run in to be fighting him, but it is very difficult because all he has to do is look at you. You cannot be, if your eyes are not looking at him, he can still be turning you invisible or turning you to stone. Um, I wonder if I can be making an Arcana check to see what the property is of this stone godling.
Sure. Yep. You can think and see if there's anything you know.
Specifically, I am trying to ascertain whether or not this will wear off in 24 hours, if it's permanent.
Sure. Yep. Go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
Okay. Does anybody help? I will give myself
Hmm.
guidance.
What's your Arcana?
My Arcana is +8.
Okay, better than mine. I don't think I
All
can
right,
give you.
so
Huh?
no, go ahead.
Yeah, yours is
Give me
better.
You can put your heads together and give help each other out, which is the help action if you want.
Okay, we'll do. So I assume that gives him advantage.
Yeah, and then I'll add a +4 to it. Yeah, that's friggin' yeah.
You don't
Yeah.
know. You know he's petrified.
Wait a second.
Oh, great. What if I give it a thought?
Wait a second. Yeah, I'm supposed to be trying to.
Yeah, that's fine.
I was only supposed to be 1d4.
Oh, okay. So the first roll was a 2, so that makes it a 13. So that doesn't change anything.
All right.
Let me see if I can think of something.
Jeremy,
Yeah.
question for you. I am petrified. Is my mind petrified, or can I still telepathically communicate since I'm not dead, or am I like in
Yeah,
an
that's actually a
unconscious
good
state?
question. It says you're restrained, but it doesn't say anything about telepathic communications. You can't do anything, but I would say that yes, you can still talk telepathically, but it's only one way.
Hello, friends. I am a rock.
Hello.
Who are
No.
you speaking telepathically to? Everybody or just
Yeah,
one
I'm just
person?
broadcasting this out to
Yeah.
everyone.
How was being a rock?
I don't like it.
Although, according to the petrified condition, it says the creature is incapacitated, can't move or speak, and is unaware of its surroundings.
Oh, well then never mind. Okay, I take it
Well,
back.
actually, he's not speaking. It's the telepathic is he's just
Yeah, but I
thinking it.
don't know that I'm around. I guess I would, because I knew I got teleported. Maybe.
You could very well just be screaming to
Yeah, I
anybody, and
would say
we
that
can
you're
hear
not
you, but
aware of your
not.
surroundings, and normally you couldn't speak, but because you have your unique racial telepathic ability, I'll go ahead and say that that still works. But yeah, it's just a black void. You don't know where you are, what's happening. You can't feel anything, and even thinking is slower than normal.
Hmm,
You can't cast spells, etc., etc.
got it.
Well,
Yeah.
what if I use my big brain to think of a solution?
Okay.
Can I
Go ahead and
roll
give
Arcana?
your own Arcana check if you want.
Okay. Do I get advantage?
I would say, yeah, that's fine. If Judge is going to help you, he's still helping you.
Yeah.
Judge already, he couldn't think of anything on his own, but maybe he can help you. If you can't do it either, then I would say you're both out of ideas. So go ahead.
Okay.
And I
Let's
will give
see.
you guidance.
Brilliant.
So add a
Exact
d4
same
to that
roll.
there.
Okay.
All right, yeah, he is petrified. That's what you know.
I got a 14 instead of a 13.
I'm thinking, since we cannot possibly heal Bug, we simply kill Bug. He shall
Uh,
come back and yes.
I mean, theoretically, but
That's not the bad idea.
Now here's the thing, you could kill him, but if diseases and effects don't go away, they just reset. So which means that he'll just come back petrified.
huh.
Really?
Yeah.
Hmm. Oh, that might not be working.
So like if there's a timer on a disease where you die in 3 days, that timer will reset, but you still have the disease. So you still have to solve the problem.
Well, here's a question. Do we actually know that?
Yes.
Test. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. Mic check.
Hey, he's back.
Hi, Mike.
Oh, my internet's back. All right. Sorry,
Well,
guys.
Shane, now that you're back, now that Tavros is back, you notice that your bug friend is a statue.
Hold on. It won't let me select my user on the. Oh,
What's the issue?
I can't select Shane on the website.
That is
Um. Yeah, it just won't let me click. It won't let me click a user.
Try
okay.
refreshing the
Hold
tab.
on.
It's probably on my end.
Oh, actually, I can just. Oh, I see you in here.
It just
That
won't, it
is
won't let me
weird.
click anything. It won't let me click any users.
I don't want to. It says I can kick you, but I don't want.
Yeah. Try
Kick him
that
out.
because I think it thinks I'm already logged in, so it won't let me.
All right, try again.
All right, I'm refreshing. No, it still won't. It just won't let me click anything. Any of the users.
All right.
Oh, wait, no, still nothing.
Let me refresh on my end. You're back. What the heck is going on? Okay. Let me go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and exit real quick. You guys can stay where you're at, and then I'll try coming back.
Oh, and let me click on Game Master, but that's not me. So yeah, it'll only let me select Game Master.
Yeah, it
That's
does
very
say
odd.
Shane is there. Okay, let me go ahead and exit the observer real quick. So, yeah, let me go ahead and do that. Maybe it gets confused. All right, back to join screen. All right, try it now.
Oh,
So that's observer.
yeah, I can only select Game Master and Observer.
It's doing the same thing for me when I try to access from a different computer. I think you do have to kick Tavros out of the game so that that opens the slot up.
Yeah, I tried that already, but then it just did it back. So I'm going to go ahead and stop the server. It's just going to kick everybody. Sorry, everyone. So I'm going to go ahead and stop.
I'm sorry, guys. I don't know why my internet chooses to die at just the worst moments possible, but
Yeah, I think it just got confused and thought you were still logged in or something. So I'm
yeah.
relaunching the server now, and then we'll see what happens.
Well, I think Joel's character was holding your router when he got petrified.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
All right. Let me rejoin.
There we go. All right. Now it's just like... All right, I'm in.
All right, so let me get the observer back in real quick. All right, everybody should be able to rejoin now, theoretically.
Yep, I'm in.
I'm still loading.
All right, I'm not seeing a Darcy.
I'm
And she's
loading in.
okay.
My internet is a little slow right now, but it's doing its thing.
I feel that.
Yeah, while it's doing that, I'm making myself chicken fajitas.
All right.
Don't worry, I'll bring the computer with me. I have room for that on the counter. I got it. There we go.
There it goes. Okay. So is everybody except for Darcy in? Oh,
Yeah, I'm
Darcy's in.
good.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right.
You might hear some noise in the background, but I'm here.
Oh, that's fine. As long as everybody can join, we're good. All right. So, like I said, Tavros, you notice that conglomerate is a statue with its mouth wide open,
That's
and
weird.
unfortunately, you could kill him, but it won't do you any good.
I'm gonna cast a spell that everybody knows well called Warriors Awaken.
Oh my
What the
god.
Come on,
hell?
wake up! Wake up!
Yeah.
I slap him across the face.
Okay, you slap him, and it's like hitting a stone statue.
All right, well,
Roll
that's all I
1d6
got.
damage.
Anybody
God,
got
you're like
anything
our
else?
Patrick. Open sesame. Well, I've done all I can do.
And
That's all I got.
unfortunately, Gizzard and Judge thought, unfortunately, whatever it is, the information about the petrification ability, whatever they knew, is still locked up. It's still, I'm sure, as gods, they knew exactly what they wanted to know, but unfortunately, along with your power, a lot of your knowledge that you had as gods has been lost. At least
So,
until you've gained more of your power and ascended.
Oh, geez, we've
Well,
devolved.
I think we should just take him with us and go to a town or somewhere where someone might know something more.
wait a second. I have an interesting idea.
Okay.
So, is his entire being turned to stone, or is he like coated in stone?
No, he's entirely petrified.
So he is just completely made of stone.
Yeah, so if you were to crack open like his, try to crack off and peel it, it wouldn't
Please
do any
don't
good.
do
It'd be
that.
like peeling the first layer of stone.
I had the idea of like enlarging the stone part of you in order to break the stone part and then freeing the non-stone part of you. But if your entire thing is stone, then that'll just make you big, and there's no point in doing that.
Yeah, in fact, actually, depending on the spell's worded, if it might actually break them.
Does
Because it could
does
become
anybody
too
know
big
if this will
to.
be wearing off or if we need a certain spell?
Yep, you don't know.
Shane,
That was
no.
a question I was asking out loud to everybody in the party.
Okay. If anybody else has proficiency in Arcana, and there's a possibility in which case you just let me know.
Please help.
Arcana?
Say that again.
You said if we had some sort of proficiency in Arcana?
Yeah.
Nah.
Oh, you're not
Just
gonna.
+3.
Well, you
That
can try.
is that proficiency or is that just because of your stats? Okay, that's just because of your stats. Okay.
Yeah, it's just gonna. I don't do magic. I'm a bard. I do
Actually,
bardic magic. I don't do.
you do have healing.
Yeah, but none of it's gonna deal with
Well,
that.
Yeah,
well,
but you
don't
do
you?
have
Aren't you a
healing
bard
though,
of?
so you do have healing magic, right?
Yeah, but it's like, oh, you got beat up. Now
Yeah.
you're better.
Well,
It's not, oh, you're cursed. I can fix it. I can't do anything about that.
aren't you a guard of lore? Wouldn't you have like legend and story knowledge?
According to the clerics I once worked with, this problem would be fixed with greater restoration.
Do
Nothing
any of you
else.
know it? I do not.
Nothing.
I don't try.
Anything else?
I
Nothing.
do not think we are capable of knowing it at this point,
No.
unless it is conveniently in one of the scrolls that Judge is carrying.
Which I cannot be looking at the moment.
You do
I
know
need some
those
more.
are first level scrolls, by the way, Judge. You don't know what they contain, but you know they're first level
Oh.
spells.
I
Yeah,
think
okay.
we should seek help elsewhere.
All right. So we shall have to leave this monstrosity for later.
I think so.
All right. Tavros, I don't suppose you would be helping
Shane's
us to
internet just
carry.
broke
Yes.
again.
Yes. Hello.
There he is.
Hello.
I'm so sorry. My internet is just not having it today,
You're good.
and I'm having the same glitch again, where I can't select my.
Oh, I'll try kicking you. Hopefully it works this time.
Yeah, hopefully.
Okay, it says you've been kicked, so you can try again.
I can't select anything.
Why is it so stubborn? Why can't it just kick you? I mean, the game server really loves you because it does not want me to kick you.
Yeah, well,
Okay, well that's definitely a bug I'm gonna have to pester somebody about. What can I do? I could restart the server again. All right, I guess I'll just gonna do that.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Sorry.
I can.
It's fine.
Well, perhaps if we are needing to find assistance for our friend, uh, who of us knows most interaction with the common folk of this land? From the scrolls we have found, these people are not very magically inclined and more inclined to just worship gods. Any ideas?
Um, not really. What did our scrolls say anything about um, how to deal with it? Maybe. Did they even they mentioned being I don't know. Let's see. Let me read.
Looking at the state of Kong, I think this might be something for a later time. I think we might want to leave for now.
Yeah, that was what we were saying. I had asked Tavros if he would be willing to help carry you,
Yes, of
or a big
course.
stone.
I can carry Kong.
Yeah,
The Warriors Awaken and work. We'll carry him to the next stop.
Um, I guess this
Con,
would.
do you have Arcana? Oh no, you wouldn't have Arcana.
I do not
I
have
just
Arcana.
Actually,
I
John.
had one more.
Oh, go
Oh, go
ahead.
ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I had one more thought, perhaps from my failed Arcana check. Knowing that the petrification would come back, he had to roll for that, correct?
Yes.
Would he have to re-roll?
No, because he's already petrified. Basically, what happened is he had to roll to see if the effect took, if it took effect. Um, and you notice he might have known that he actually got there was actually two rolls involved, but unfortunately, since you didn't make your Arcana check, you aren't entirely sure why. Hold on. Cyclonin has moved into the cave, so I'm gonna go ahead
Uh-oh.
and
No, what are you doing?
um, okay. Cyclonin just left the cave. Was there something you wanted to do in there?
Well, as long as we were indulging in foolishness, I decided I would see what this creature looked like for myself.
I think we should leave and find people that might know more than we do.
Anyway, what I
What
will
I
say is that if you decide to take a short rest or something to think on it, then I could see that Judge and Gizzard might might be able to make another Arcana check. Um,
Okay.
although Cyclonin already gave you some information that at least he believes to be true. So it's up to you guys.
All right. Um, yeah, perhaps we haul him back up to the temple and take a short rest and decide where we might be having to go.
All right.
Why do we need the rest? Should we not just go?
What direction would you be choosing?
I don't know, but sitting around for another hour is not going to change the decision any.
True.
Well, it might if we get a better lay of the land.
Why don't we find someone perhaps in village or city or town? Perhaps they have healer or scrolls.
Exactly what I was saying. Which direction is
Yes.
town?
Um,
Do we know? Wait, wasn't it towards the coast?
I do want to point out to you guys that I'm still like a very horrifying bug, and walking in with a statue like that
Yeah, but you're
might
a
be
statue,
concerning.
so you're
That's
just an
true. That's
ugly
true.
statue.
That's fair. Yeah.
Ugly.
Yeah.
Rude of you. I don't think you're ugly.
Thank
If
you.
that means
Thank you.
anything. No problem.
All right. So what are you guys gonna do?
Figure out which direction town is and start hauling.
Yes.
Okay, so you guys are gonna leave this area. Okay.
I think so.
I'll go ahead and change maps then.
I'd like to see if we can go grab some of the provisions um, to take with us in case it is a long travel.
Good idea.
How much are you gonna take?
Um, I don't know how much can we arrange carrying.
So there are several boxes of the dried fruits. So if you wanted to take those, you can certainly do so, and it would. There's probably enough there that if you were to eat off of it, it would probably last you at least several days, if not longer. But you are going to be carrying around large boxes, and while some of you are strong enough to do that, um, it it's not like you can just shove it on your back. It's going to be very awkward.
Yeah, that's why I said see what we can carry comfortably. Tavros is already going to be carrying a heavy bug statue, and um, yeah, are there sacks and stuff where we can just take what we will need for a few days and
Um,
be able to travel without encumbrance?
Jeremy, did all of my belongings freeze with me?
Yes.
Okay, never mind.
I mean, there's enough debris around here. I feel like we could probably make stuff or a wagon or something.
I
We
was
could
just
figure it
gonna
out.
say, yeah, I had rope, and I was hoping you could use that to like tie stuff together or like tie me to something. But if the rope is stone, then that's null.
Unless you dropped it, in which case it's still in the cave.
No, I didn't. The only thing I dropped was the stone.
It would be easy enough to fashion a litter to carry items.
Hmm.
All right. So how you gonna do that?
All right,
Have
I'm gonna hunt
yourself.
around and look for a couple of poles.
All right. So yeah, inside the ruined buildings, and one of them has all the boxes and crates and such. The other has lots of like wooden planks and stuff like that. So you could. I'm not sure there'd be anything exactly like a pole, but there's plenty of like wooden planks and that kind of thing. And so, what are you gonna do with the planks? or are you going to
I'm,
do something else? Use something else.
I'm kicking around ideas.
Okay.
Actually, how long is my glaive?
I would guess probably at least you just got to reach 10 feet, right? So yeah, probably at least 6, 7 feet.
Um, as
All right.
everybody else is kind of making I mean, you can use like the lid of some of these boxes to help make a litter that we can slide or drag him with. But as you guys were doing that, uh, Judge would like to try and climb up this granary tower where the evil bug queen was to see if I can get a more of a bird's eye view of the surroundings.
Okay. So yeah, you do so, and what you're gonna see is all right, let me switch over so I can see myself. So what you're gonna see is to the south, you're gonna see the jungle becomes very thick, and seemingly impenetrable. To the east and west, you see coastline. Barely in sight, you can see to the east and north, slightly along the coast, some large wooden object. It looks like it's in. It looks like it is on its side, um, and there's large wooden pillars coming off of it. And then to the west, northwest, along the other coastline, you can see some um, thin, large, cylindrical gray objects, and some patches of gray and red. But it's miles away, so it's difficult to make out what it is you're looking at. And to the north, you can see patches of road that seem to be heading north. However, it seems to be it seems to have once led from the temple of Saint Deal, but probably due to lack of maintenance and wear and tear, most of the road you can't see most of the road. So just
Okay,
patches here and there, but it's definitely heading to the north.
do I see smoke rising from the distance in any particular direction?
You do not.
Like ovens, industry, fires, anything
The
civilization wise?
closest you have to that is the patch of road heading north. So you do see mountains further, about 10 miles or so to the north. Um, but at least from where you are, you don't see any obvious signs of a town or a city.
Okay. I'll come back down and make my report. Okay, everybody's. There seems to be a road leading from here to the north. Hopefully, it leads towards some civilization. And there seems to be some sort of wreckage to the. What direction was the shipwreck again?
To the east, slightly north,
To
but
the
to the east along the coast.
and to the east there appears to be a shipwreck, but that does not guarantee civilization nearby.
I, I wrote north.
So what you're saying is we're stuck with rock for companion.
Yeah,
Great.
Well, there is an easy way to transport him.
there is an easy way to transport him. Yes, hoping he and everybody else here does not mind, but there is a much lighter way to carry him.
If we shatter him, he'll just appear where we are within the next 24 hours. What kind of plants are in the area?
You see lots of ferns, palm trees, lots of flowers, and various other plants as well. You do see um, some olive trees, but they're oddly out of place, as if transplanted.
Am I standing near some palm trees?
Yes, they're right here.
All right. Well, that diameter is or of the canopy looks pretty narrow. Do those have fairly narrow trunks?
They do.
Wait, is there a map you guys are seeing? Because I don't have any. Like, I just have the shrine.
We're still
That's
there.
we're
yeah.
still on it. I was just giving
Yeah.
Judge an extra description of the surrounding area because he went on top of the building to try to get.
Gotcha.
You guys haven't left yet.
Well, I'm gonna take my glaive and I'm just gonna go ahead and how tall are these palm trees?
They're between 20 and 30 feet.
All right, I'm gonna start hacking at one of them to knock it over.
Okay. You
Um,
start hacking it. That'll take you a few minutes. So what's everybody else doing while he's? You notice Cyclonan's hacking at a tree. What are you guys gonna do?
I go ahead and turn to the rest of the group. Well, Cyclonen did bring up a good point about carrying our friend here. Are there any objections or problems with that particular course of action that anybody
Well,
sees?
because I won't be carrying him. Not my problem. As Darcy walks away from the group to do a thing, she's going to be looking for an animal, a bird, or anything, because she's going to try to talk to it, if that is possible.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a nature check.
Nature! Because
All
my
right,
friends don't know crap, so maybe the birds know something.
Well, depending, they might make a good leader for the new leader for the party.
Nature check.
As long as we don't end up with a mockingbird.
Nope. I don't see
As
shit.
you start walking around looking for the birds, you notice that there are surprisingly few animals in their immediate vicinity. And thinking back, you realize that well, this place was infested by Sorg just till recently. So you'll probably have to get a ways away before you find any useful animals.
Time to get walking.
All right, so Cyclonin, you manage the trunks are fairly thin, and you're a strong fighter. So you chop through one of the trees, it falls to the ground.
All right, well, what I'm gonna do is cut it as close to the canopy as possible, then find the midpoint and cut and chop at it there until I've got 2 poles.
Okay. So the poles are going to be probably about 12 feet long or shorter, depending if you want to make them shorter.
12 feet works for me.
Okay. So you have 12 feet poles. Conglomerate, you are still petrified, although you can still talk. Tavros and Gizzard, what are you two doing? Are you guys still on the call?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I just didn't have
Tavros
anything to
fell
say
out.
yet. Do you want me to move my character for where they're moving me, by the way?
Sure, if they're moving you somewhere.
Okay, sounds good.
There's Shane.
Hello, test.
Oh,
Murphy's
I'm
log in.
so sorry, guys.
Welcome
good.
back.
Thank you.
Well,
Let's see if it lets me log in. Nope, it's just
Oh, you
can't
can't
log
log
in
in
again.
again? Okay.
Nope. I'm so sorry.
All right, that's fine. We're
I don't know what's going on my internet tonight. It's just not having it.
all right, no problem. Let's just
who's
go
your
ahead
ISP?
and
Cox.
Oh, yeah.
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 You go figure, right? Of course it's Cox.
I've got fucking Xfinity though. It's not much better.
Yeah.
I vote
I'll
we go north.
annoying.
all right,
I vote
I'm
north.
launching it again.
Oh my goodness.
All right. I'm so sorry, guys. Uh, this doesn't usually happen.
No, it was much better last time.
Yeah. I don't know why. Today's deciding to just give out every 30 seconds, but I'm back in.
Okay.
And, yeah, I vote we go north. Follow the road, I say.
All right, that's kind of what we were thinking.
Yeah, because I feel like going towards the shipwreck isn't really going to solve any of our problems right now. We can go
There
there.
might be something in there, but
Yeah, I'd rather go towards civilization where we can get help.
Well, I will mention one thing, and that is that the demigoddess did actually mention the shipwreck to you. Um, that it
Yeah.
is useful that you at least know it's there.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, so
So you've
should
cut.
we explore there first then?
It's up to you guys, but I just giving you your information. So
Yeah,
Cyclonin,
that
you've
was a
cut
question
the
to the
two
party.
logs. They're 12 feet long. What are you doing with them?
I'm gonna drag them here and then just drop them down for the moment. I'm gonna go up to that supply room. Glad I didn't totally barricade myself here. So these barrels, whoops.
Sorry.
Oh.
There you go. Anyway,
These
go ahead.
barrels had, you said mead and honey in them?
Yes.
And they're all full, more or less?
Yes. And still stoppered. Well, except for the one mead barrel you opened.
All right.
In fact, I can go ahead and drop that down for you so you can into a pile.
I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna grab a keg of mead. How heavy are they?
40 pounds.
40 pounds of mead?
All right, so you
Damn.
should see a
Only like
bag,
5
and
gallons.
you should
That's
be
true.
able to take whichever ones you want.
I'm gonna grab 2 of the kegs of mead.
Mm.
All right, and I'm gonna go ahead and carry those back down over here.
Okay.
Are we fine with alcohol, or do we want some water too?
Hmm.
Well, I can summon up enough for nourishment, but not necessarily anything enjoyable.
Alcohol it is. I go ahead and plop both of the kegs down near the poles. I'm gonna go ahead and find a fairly intact box, preferably one with a lid, maybe a chest. If not, I'll just take something that's open top. That's good enough.
There's a
I'm
chest.
also gonna I'm also gonna look for some planks that are maybe I don't know, 1.5 to 2 feet wide.
Sure, that shouldn't be a problem.
All
I had
right.
been asking question earlier of party, nobody replied. Did we have any thoughts on said matter?
On what?
Cyclonin already pointed out that if we smash statue, it will reappear in 24 hours wherever we happen to be. Much easier to carry than dragging statue through forest.
You know, Statue is alive and can be asked if he wants to be smashed.
I don't know about how's he gonna respond.
He's telepathic.
But we cannot
Knock.
communicate with him.
I knock on the statue. Hello? Can you read my mind? Hello?
Conglomerate, you're unaware of everything, and you can't hear it. You can't actually hear anything because you're unaware. You can talk, but so yeah, you knock, and I don't think anything happens.
I don't think he can respond. See, I'm knocking and nothing's happening. Hello?
Hello?
Is anybody in there?
Who had the rope?
Me.
But he
The
talks
rope
to
is
us.
petrified to bug statue.
It's currently wrapped in me in stone.
See, he's
All right.
not responding. I don't think he can telepathically understand us right now.
He talked to us earlier.
Well,
gonna
I'm
search this
talking and
building
nothing's
for you.
happening.
You might not be able to hear you, but he's conscious.
I don't think so.
Yes.
Sure, I'll blast out another telepathic thought to everybody. I
I'm
have
gonna
given
search
it
this
thought.
northern building for rope.
Okay, go ahead and give me a perception check or investigation.
What have you given thought?
I've given it thought, and I do not like being stoned.
You find 50 foot of hemp rope. Let me go ahead and add it for you here.
I'm shaking the statue of Kong now. Hello? Is anybody in there? Can you hear me?
There you go.
Gizzard, I don't think he can hear me.
He can't hear you. I told you this already.
Well,
But
then what's the point of asking him if he...
okay, I was wrong about asking. But he's conscious. We shouldn't just break him.
All right, I'm on the same page as you. I'll carry him.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
And one thing you guys do know is that when you guys die, you feel pain just like a mortal.
Okay, well, he feels pain,
Okay.
so listen, I'll put him on my back. We'll go to a town or somewhere where somebody might know something about how to unstone him.
I agree. Although, do stone people feel pain? I don't think it's
I don't know. I've never been a stone person before.
That's true. I haven't either. But we should definitely carry him and go ask someone. I agree.
Tavros, how heavy is the statue?
Let's see. I'm gonna pick him up and test how heavy he is.
All right, Conglomerate, how heavy are you normally?
I don't think I've ever selected a weight for myself. I feel like bugs are pretty light, though.
Yeah, but you're a really
15
big bug.
milligrams.
Hey, I'll take it. Yeah, sounds good to me.
Yeah, I would say you'd have humanoid class weight because if nothing else, because your exoskeleton gets bigger and thicker as you get larger as well.
I'm doing some research on how much an ant would weigh if it was the size of a human.
Now, mind
Yeah,
you, all you have to do is try and take mass to water weight. I mean, you are still a carbon-based life form. You're still going to be 96% water, so
No, yeah,
whatever your physical
that's
mass
true.
is going to weigh at least as much as that much water, plus a little bit more.
So, in other words, you're going to weigh as much as another humanoid of your dimensions, roughly.
About,
like a
I'd say
55
roughly.
And then I
a
think I'm
50-gallon
pretty.
drum, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think I'm too tall. I think Kong's probably like 5'6" or 5'5", so probably like 120 pounds.
You're
Okay,
awfully
so I
skinny
think
if you're 120.
if you're the stone version of you, you'd probably be double that then.
Okay.
I can pick that up, no problem.
You can pick it up, but can you carry it all day?
How do I see where's the carry?
Well, what I mean is that there's a big difference between having something strapped to your back like a backpack or wearing
Right.
armor to carrying it in your arms all day.
Yeah.
I have
Your weight is 300.
Okay. I'll
So
be
you
all
can
right.
definitely lift them and carry them around, but the question is, can you walk with them for 8 hours a day?
Somebody help me with this guy.
Encumbrance level.
If
Why
somebody
don't
helps
we
me, I think I'll
build
be
a
okay.
cart?
Brosnan, out of
Yes.
character. You should shrink me.
I thought about that, but it only lasts a minute.
Oh,
Hmm.
never mind.
I definitely would have done that.
If somebody helps me carry him, we'll be fine. 2 people to
Tavros,
this.
bring the
Yes.
statue over here.
Okay. Where is here? All right.
You just move to where
Over
you
here.
want to go.
I'm picking up
Joel can move
Kong.
himself.
I'm carrying him. All right.
DM, I moved away from the buildings towards the jungly area. Can I try to find creatures to speak to?
Sure.
Joel, come here. Joel, come here.
Mm-hmm.
Another nature check.
All right. So, thank you, Tavros.
Yeah.
With the statue here, I'm gonna go ahead and keep it vertical. I'm gonna go ahead. It's a little more complicated than I expected. I'm gonna go grab a few more crates that I can suspend the poles a few feet up from the ground.
Okay.
Because this is gonna change how I'm building this. But basically, what I'm gonna be doing is actually, oh yeah, I forget this thing does have drawing utilities, right?
Yes.
It does. I don't know if you have access to it though. It doesn't
Forget
look
it, it's
like
not
it.
worth it. Basically, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the two poles and I'm going to put them parallel to each other, probably about just a little bit narrower than the diameter of the kegs.
Okay.
I'm then going to use 4 planks, and I'm probably gonna to make this a little easier for lashing them together. I'm gonna sort of notch them to kind of accommodate the poles. I'm gonna put those at 4 different spots. They're gonna be 2 in the middle, close enough together to sort of. Actually, I could probably set that diagonally. Um, no, I guess we'll set it so that the crate can sit on top of it. I'll put 2 planks to essentially near the middle to secure the crate. I'll leave a gap where we'll sort of lash in conglomerate. Then I'm going to go ahead and put 2 more further out to help sort of reinforce the framework. You know, almost like building a ladder with 4 rungs, but irregularly spaced. And then I'm
Okay.
going to lash those together with the rope. Then, so in the middle, I'll lash in a crate once we've loaded fruit and whatever food in it. With it being elevated up on a framework of boxes, I can then also try and temporarily tie conglomerate to it. And then I can go ahead and, with the remainder of the rope, wrap it around the kegs and then tie it off so that the kegs can't fall off. The idea is the kegs being wider than the rails are, they're kind of nestled in there, but throwing the rope over the top kind of makes sure they can't accidentally fall off.
Okay.
So this way we have a way to carry all our food and liquid supplies in a way that we can share the load. And if we decide that hauling around conglomerate this way is too bothersome, we can tie him off and shatter him, but still have a way to carry our provisions.
Okay.
But the idea is I'm tying conglomerate to it vertically so that as we're moving along, because if I set them horizontally, that's going to take up like half of the 12-foot poles, which is going to make it harder to get everybody, to where they can grab somewhere and hold on. So by sorting, holding them vertically, it kind of narrows up the space. But that way, as needed, anybody can grab, so obviously we'll have 4 people at the corners and, and the fifth person can laugh at us or something, or help as is, and then we'll just go from there. But that way, that splits the load across everybody, and we don't have to worry about having pockets.
Okay. Sounds good. Darcy, while that's happening, you do find an animal. You find a interesting looking multicolored bird. It looks a bit like a parrot, but it's a little bit larger. So what do you do?
Um, well, I'm gonna cast a spell. Ooh, if it'll come up.
Spell's not working.
No, I thought I couldn't find it for a minute, and I felt like I knew I took it. But yeah, I'm gonna cast Speak with Animals.
Okay. Yeah, you should be able to click on the dice and then click what level you're casting it at.
I mean, it's a first level spell.
Yeah, I'll just do it then for you. But it uses. Oh, well, I guess you did it already. So go ahead and give yourself. You used. Go ahead and give yourself one of those slots back. But anyway, okay. So you cast a bit of comprehend and verbally communicate with animals. Fair enough. So now that you've cast that, what do you do?
I'm gonna talk to the bird.
All right. What do you say?
Excuse me.
Yes. Yes.
Do you know where I can find people, human?
Humans. There. And he flies up and circles in the air, and then it comes back to you.
Humans
Everything.
where?
He flies up, and then it kind of flies around there, and then flies back.
Is he
Uh,
like pointing at me? Is that what he's trying to say?
Well, he's flying in the air, and he's kind of flying in a circle. And once he reaches the northern part of the circle, he says there. And then he gets to the northern part of the circle again, and then he hits there, and then he flies back down.
I was right.
How far away?
Mm. He flies around, and he says, "Sun, come up. Sun, go down. Sun, come up. Sun, go down. Maybe." I stay away.
Humans. There.
So 3 days.
It's like, sun, come up. Sun, come down. Sun, come up. Sun, come down.
2 days.
2 days.
Something like that.
And then it flies up in the air, and it does the same. Actually, no, it doesn't, because there's no humans there. Yeah, so that's it. So it perches back on the tree and looks at you expectantly, kind of tilting its head to the side.
I don't have a gift for it.
Seeds.
And then it
I don't
opens its
have
mouth
any.
and squawks at you, and then tilts its head to the side. Gimme.
That was very rude.
What want?
Food?
What food do you like?
Seeds.
Crawley.
What did he say?
Crawley.
Crawley. So
Oh,
a
a
bug?
worm.
Worms.
Oh, all right. I'm gonna dig a hole. Is there just
Conglomerate might be a little bit too tough to feed to it.
All right,
All
yeah,
right.
you dig a hole. There's plenty of worms and insects.
Okay, we have a thing with wheels that I can pull. Shall we go?
We don't have anything to pull. It's a litter. We're basically all.
Oh, we have a conglomerate to pull.
Anyway, the bird will come down once you start digging that stuff and start just like eating it right out of your hand, and then it tilts its head. Bye, and flies away.
I don't
Yes,
know.
bro. She's
Cyclone, I
like,
don't know what you're
well,
talking about.
as it's flying away, she's like, "Thank you." Well,
We have a perfectly good statue to pull. Mm,
yeah, she's gonna head back and tell the information that she just gathered from, I assume, a parrot.
Yeah, or at least something like a parrot.
Yeah, some sort of tropical bird.
Yep.
I have news. The birds told me.
news. What's the news?
Excelente. What
There
news
are
is there?
humans that way, and she points north.
All right.
2
It sounds
days
like we have a
away.
place to go. So I will pull the cart with the conglomerate statue to the north.
Well, it's not actually a cart, so we're gonna have to help you carry it. You can basically grab
Okay.
the front or whatever. I'll grab the back.
Whatever you want to call it.
All right. So does this mean you guys are leaving the map? You're just gonna go. You start heading north.
Yes.
All right. Let me switch you to the overland map then. Oops.
And away we go.
All right. So does everybody see the map?
Yes.
All right. So
The map all gray.
no.
What?
No,
It should.
it's
Oh, it's
blue.
hexes now. We went from squares to hexes.
There it is.
That's so weird. The hexes are like overlapped with bigger.
Yeah. So basically, what you're seeing, the circle you're seeing is 3.5 miles or something like that. That's kind of like what you can see, the area where you can tell distances relatively well. Essentially how far you can see, assuming roughly flat plain and whatnot. But beyond that, you can. It's not on the map, but beyond that, you can see mountains roughly 10 miles to the north, and you can see the coastlines. You can also see very far away on the horizon. You can see more mountains, but to the east, but they could be like 80 miles away, as far as you can tell.
Hmm.
You also
Um,
see the some sort of gray pillars, thin gray pillars, and with patches of gray and red, a couple of miles to the northwest. Um, and
where was that
Judge,
shipwreck
you
again?
saw the
Okay.
ship. Sorry, you saw the wooden structure
Mhm.
this direction. Although you can't see it from there.
Okay.
Now that you're coming down off the hill.
Hmm.
So anyway, you guys can move a travel turn. So basically, here's the road you saw. The bits of road going north. Um, you saw that as well. Um, and so yeah, you guys untracked, hilly and forested terrain is rough terrain. So you can move up to 6 hexes in a turn. If you were following a road or plains, then it would be 12 hexes. Um, so go ahead and tell me where you're going to go.
I assume we
I
follow
think
the
we
road
should
north.
follow the road
To the north.
to
Where
the
the birds
northeast.
All right, so go ahead and go ahead and move 6 hexes. Actually, once you get to the fourth hex, go ahead and stop.
I say we go to the road. Yes.
Okay.
Indeed.
So you start traveling. You're traveling through heavily or moderately forested, hilly terrain. You find the terrain itself to be fairly tiring to cross through because it's mostly untracked. Um, the day, the clouds have kind of cleared, and it's a fairly hot day. Not desert hot, but still hotter than you're used to. So you've moved 2 hexes. Go ahead and move 2 more.
Does anybody still see the road there?
No, I see no road.
There's just a bit
Same.
of road here that you saw, and
Okay.
but it isn't. It is not in good repair, and you can't find it once you get past that point.
Northward
Maybe
bound.
just
Yes.
keep heading north.
Okay,
Yeah.
so go ahead and stop. So from there, you notice that um, you see a large amount of smoke coming from actually coming from over here. Um,
Oh.
it looks like perhaps something's on fire or there's a lot of fires. It's hard to tell from a mile away, but it's definitely a large plume of smoke.
We go.
We shall observe.
Well,
Is that where you're going to go,
either
or are you
it
going to
is
continue going a different direction?
I think we go to the fire.
Okay, go ahead and move. All right, so as you approach, as you get closer, you realize that it it isn't a it isn't a town or anything like that. What you actually see as you crest a hill is some sort of ruined structure that is now currently on fire.
Oh.
So I don't know why you're so zoomed out, but you can zoom in. You can see a ruined structure. You can see the jungle around you hasn't caught on fire. Um, but inside the structure, through between the walls, you can see bits of wood that, given the damage of the structure, was clearly a recent addition. And in fact, the fact that the fire is still raging means that somebody piled the wood in there, from what you can tell, and set it on fire recently.
um
Hmm.
Judge is gonna go ahead and walk forward and just kind of getting a quick view, he's going to start using prestidigitation to take out 1 5-foot cube of fire at a time.
All right.
I will join him on that because I think I also have that. So I will join. Wait,
Okay.
no, I don't. I have mending though. Does mending help here?
No.
Oh,
Let me
I-
look. I might have it.
actually, I have Ray of Frost, so I'll use Ray of Frost.
Okay, so you're going to use prestidigitation and ray of frost to try to start putting out the flames.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you do so, and slowly it takes probably. Actually, let me set some stuff up. You guys traveled for 5, so let's see. Hold on. Sorry. Hour, so 1, 2, 3, and nearly 4 by now. All right, so it takes you about 10 minutes or so to start noticing a difference, putting out the fires. There's fires everywhere, but eventually you notice that the smoke starts to abate a bit. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that for you. Configure. Come on. All right.
Oh.
I can't get rid of the fire because I didn't put that on another layer like I should have. But you do, the smoke does start clearing, and so you can kind of see the wherever the fire is. You can see that wood was kind of stacked in this structure and then set on fire. And some of the damage, such as some of these pillars, were knocked down recently as well. And Judge, there isn't much left, but looking at some of the debris from the damage, it looks like some of the stuff that was burnt was ancient scrolls and tablets and things of potentially historical significance.
Looking through, can I be finding any that might still be intact or even partially intact that might be of some informational values?
Potentially, go ahead and give me an investigation check.
Okay, I will give myself some expert guidance.
And Cyclonin, as you're walking around outside, you notice that here and there you notice some hoof-like tracks in the on the in the dirt that surrounds this place. Um, you notice that they seem to come in pairs. All right, so that is a 24. It looks like.
Mm-hmm.
So as you dig through, you don't find much, but this does seem to be ruins of of a polis that had attempted to make basically make a colony of this place. Um, and while you aren't able to find the name of the polis, you are able to look through and look through some a part of an account, and it seems to suggest some difficulties that they were having and some sort of war with the Triton. Um, and and it seems like this was once kind of the start of a small settlement that unfortunately was abandoned. You suspect there was probably a lot more historical information, but it's clear to you now that it was intentionally destroyed.
I'll go ahead and share my suspicions that these peoples were in conflict with a Triton. Um, reading it, does the Triton sound like another god-type character?
Um, you get the impression that it is not humans, um, but it is probably some potential monstrous race, maybe demons. You're not sure exactly, but you do have some vague recollections of Triton being related to the sea.
Okay.
And in fact, you did see on the murals in the Temple of Saint Deal the whole thing with Saint Deal pushing back the Triton back into the sea.
Okay. I was just making sure that this wasn't another godling situation.
I mean, you don't know that obviously, but the
Okay.
Triton don't seem to be directly related
Two
to the
gods.
godlings, as far as you know.
Okay. Well, I kind of share everything I can be finding here and show everybody what I can as we're putting out the fires.
All right. So eventually, um, another maybe half an hour goes by. So another half an hour goes by, and eventually you put out the flames. It smolders, and there's still some smoke here and there. Um, so far, other than the little bit of information you found that survived somehow, the only other thing that you guys have been able to notice is the occasional pair of hoof tracks.
When you say a
Um,
pair of hoof tracks, are you talking? We're talking like two-legged critter or four-legged critter?
It distinctly looks like two-legged critters with hoofs.
like
Hmm.
me.
True.
Tavros, how
Yes.
big are these footprints compared to yours?
Hmm.
They're definitely
Oh.
smaller. Um, in fact, they're probably closer to Darcy's feet.
Uh,
Uh, hmm. Suspicious, I am.
well,
Oh, hello, little
I do
hoopy
not
friend.
think it is my people.
Que interesante.
Where do the footprints lead?
Do you have survival?
Uh,
If anybody has
maybe.
survival,
Hold on.
I do.
they can use it to
I
try to
will take a
track
look.
the footprints.
Let
Yeah,
me
As
I'm.
you
see.
can tell, it looks fairly chaotic, but go ahead and give me a survival check, Tavros, if that's what you
I'll
want to
take
do.
a look.
So
I, I
Tavros.
was looking too, so
Oh,
whatever.
okay, cool. Darcy.
Oh,
Darcy
Darcy.
got a 20. Anyway,
I know my people.
yep. Darcy, you start tracking, and you're semi-convinced that while the size of these creatures is close to your own, there's something about the way they walk that makes you believe that they aren't necessarily your people, or if they are, they're kind of an offshoot. You also know that they are. You also get a sense of what direction they're traveling. So you believe that you could follow the tracks and track them down.
Is the
Hmm.
character of the footprint different? You know, like non-cloven hoof versus cloven hoof?
It's more that the prints feel chaotic in a way that she finds odd. The way they walk, it's like they don't walk even foot. You know, it's like they press down on one side heavier than the other kind of thing.
They don't walk like people. They walk more bestial.
Hmm. Hmm.
Or
Hmm.
So
if they are like people, it's more like a drunk person.
Yeah, I was gonna say, are they more bestial in their pace or more shambling?
Well,
who
I wouldn't
knows?
know.
But Darcy's just like, I can follow them if you would like.
Do we think they will be able to help us or even want to?
I don't know. I haven't spoken to them. This is why I am suggesting.
Hmm, we should find them. Track them.
Joel, you can
Follow me
actually move
then.
your character around so you can keep up with everybody and see what's going on.
Okay. I was just staying there because I figured they weren't looking
Gong.
around.
Slap. I'm gonna slap Kong again. Warriors Awaken. Just to make sure he's not still with us. Come here.
Leave me
Where are you
alone.
going?
You must continue to train Tavros before that ability will work.
I want to see if he's awake yet.
All right. So, are
I
you?
have a feeling he will be slumbering for quite
Yeah, she wants to track where they went and try to follow them.
Okay. Let me go ahead and send you back to the map then.
I love how we're looking for friends and all we're finding is destruction.
True.
It's like we've been here already.
Huh.
Now, one thing. Come on. Sorry, I'm waiting for it to load. One thing I should probably point out. Why is this not loading?
Maybe it's just a hazy day.
I guess so. Sorry, I'm waiting for this to load. But anyway, one thing I should point out is I realized you guys might not be able to see the icons on the map. So if you guys look for where you came from, do you actually see the icon of the little temple?
No, there was just a hill.
No.
Okay, so go ahead and click on that looks like journal notes on the left side, that very bottom thing that looks kind of like a flag or whatever. And then
Yeah.
Actually,
go ahead.
actually, I don't see that at all. It kind of cuts off because we've moved up on the map. The bottom part of the map where we started off is now just blue.
When I click journal notes, I see a little rib cage by
Yeah,
the.
okay, so that's what you want. You want to be able to see the little rib cage looking thing.
But when I click on it, nothing happens.
That's
It just
fine,
is a
but
question.
basically these are things you can see on the map, and if you
Oh,
hover your
okay.
mouse over it, you'll see like a little question mark.
Yeah, this is a question mark. Yeah.
And once you know what that place is, you'll see a name there. So yeah,
Oh, okay.
basically everybody should be able to see that little icon where Shane's little circle is. Can everybody see that?
Yeah, little rib cage. Right here.
No.
Okay, so click on
When
the
you click,
flag on the
Missing
left
here.
side in the upper top, and then you'll see what looks like a circle, like a
Oh,
lollipop or something.
Oh yeah.
Says toggle nose display. Make sure that's on.
Now I see it.
And then
yeah,
once it's
little rib
on, go
cage.
back to the token controls so you can actually move and stuff. Um, I am reloading this thing because it died on me. I don't know what's going on today. Sorry, guys. But I just
Okay.
want to make sure you guys can see that. Otherwise, you guys won't be able to see things on the map.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Load.
I mean, if technology fails us, we can always use the magic of imagination.
Oh, that's a problem. I don't have one of those.
It's like the very beginning of all these adventures. It's one of those the book thing where it's like you turn to go into a field, you choose to go left or right, and then you flip the page.
I flipped the page.
If I do that, all I see is bad handwriting.
All right. I guess I will open it in Firefox.
whoa. I haven't used that browser in so
That's a
long.
bold move, man. Bold move.
I just want the Forge thing to load so I can actually control the map again.
Yeah.
All right. That's unfortunate. It's not the way I want to control it, but Chrome is not working correctly. So this seems to be working, hopefully. So we'll see what happens. And then, yeah, I guess I'll have to kill all Chrome instances and stuff later. Alright, here we go. It's loading, 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 loading. Okay, so that's back. You can move now. Move out of my way. Alright, so let me open this thing up again. Okay, so anyway, you have investigated the smoke. You have one hex left to move in this turn, and you can, if you follow the tracks, it is going to lead you back this way. Also, you see a road this way. So, are you going to follow the tracks, or what are you going to do?
Wait,
Are
which
we
way did the road go?
The tracks go this way.
Are we actually at the location where the fire was
Yes.
on the map?
Yeah.
Mm.
We want to find people.
Indeed.
That's true.
The
Perhaps our
parrot
best
said
chance.
go north.
Perhaps our best chance of finding peoples is on the roads that they create. Yes.
Yes. I trust the bird, personally.
The book gives you no reason to lie.
Exactly.
So we should follow bird. We go by road.
Okay.
Okay. So you can, if you go to the road, which you definitely do so. The only downside is it might, now that you put out the fires, it might be tough to find the ruins again if you decide to go back. Um, but if you do decide to go to the road, you can travel your one more hex, and that would be the end of your 4-hour turn. But you will be on the road, and then you can start traveling along the road at full speed.
Can
Well,
we
how long will
leave marks on trees or a path through the brush? That way we could venture back.
Sure. You would have to give me essentially a navigation check, like a survival. But assuming you have a reasonable roll, that should work just fine.
Let's see what happens.
Can definitely try.
All right. So this would
Survival, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh.
What's the total? Yeah, that's fine. That's good enough. You only need a 10. Okay, no problem. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is put a marker there for you. It'll say ruins on fire, or was on fire, or whatever. And then you guys will know where it is in the future. So it'll be right where you are, and I'll make sure it's visible. Limited. Save. All right, so you should
Can we
see
just set them on
a
fire
fire
again so it
on
burns
the
forever?
map now. If you hover over it, it'll say ruins on fire, and that's where the ruins are that you're leaving.
Cool.
So, yep, go ahead and move.
Alrighty then.
Road.
All right, so you travel. It's been 4 hours since you left, and you finally reach the road. Let me go ahead and figure out why this isn't on now. Find my token, measure distance. But that's weird. Oh, there it is. Okay, so you've traveled. It is now. It is. What are you doing? Sorry. So many things.
This is weird.
Anyway, it is now 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and you've been traveling for 4 hours, so you probably stopped to rest for a few minutes. and you can see that people are traveling to the east and west along the road. And as you approach the road, you can see plenty of humans, and you can see a group of
I'm taking human form.
you can see a group of guards, or at least people in armor that's escorting some sort of wagon. So, as you reach the road, which form are you in?
Go to human.
Okay, so
I
everybody's
think would
turned
be a good
into
idea.
spent 10 minutes turned into their human form. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Not
don't
the
have access
bug.
to my character sheet, but yeah.
Yeah, except for the bug, who's a statue. All right. So as you reach the road, um, some of the soldiers notice you carrying the statue along with all the barrels and all that, and then one of them kind of waves to the wagoneer, and then he kind of approaches your group curiously. Hello there. And as he approaches, you can see that he's wearing what looks like Legionnaire armor, where it's mostly protecting his chest. There isn't as much protection in the legs. He's wearing sandals. Seems to be wielding, or he has some sort of short sword on his side and a shield on his back and a spear. Uh, and as he kind of glances at the group, says. Where did you come from, and where did you get the statue?
Hail.
Hail.
Hail. Statue uh is our friend.
You are friends with the statue.
Yes.
Never mind him. Shush. We came from the jungle. We are just travelers. We
What do you
found
mean you
the
came from the
statue.
jungle?
We came
I'm
from the
We were
assuming
at
jungle.
the
that
pilgrimage to the Temple of Deal.
you were at the Temple of Deal. Um, Hold on. He gestures over at another one of the soldiers, and he kind of walks over. Um, the Temple of Deal. I thought that was cordoned off. Well, not exactly. It's just that nobody goes there anymore. Our patrols haven't exactly. Okay, never mind. All right, so, um, are you part of some sort of expedition? Is it?
Yes.
I
Yes.
I see.
Yeah.
So, I assume that means that when did you arrive from the mainland?
Um
27
about
days ago.
it was about 20 kilometers south.
What's a kilometer?
No, my
Uh
friend. He said when, not where.
oh, I meant to say days. 20 days.
20 days. You've been staying at the Temple of Deal for 20 days? That
We've
makes no
been
sense.
traveling. We are travelers. We've been traveling.
Then where did you come from before the temple?
The jungle.
The jungle, yes.
So you are explorers?
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yes.
All right then. Which organization are you with?
This is
No
gonna
Um,
organization. We are freelance.
You are freelancers, and so you arrived from the mainland 20 days ago, and then
yes.
you went to explore.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I see. Can I see your contract then?
No contract. We are just traveling,
Yeah.
looking for things of interest.
Now, when your ship arrived at Catanese, you of course registered yourselves. Yes, that's how we can deal with this. Um, Tell you what,
Um,
perhaps I know how we can solve this. You look like you are. You. Most of you don't look like you are dressed for travel. Perhaps you got lost or something?
Yes.
Uh,
We found a road and we followed it.
yeah.
I see. I'm so confused. All right.
Yes.
We were all hit in the head with a large rock. We don't remember anything.
Yes. Yes.
Ugh.
He kind of
Darcy's
looks
gonna
at the
just kind of like
ground.
back away from that.
They don't pay me enough for this. Okay. Tell you what. If you head that way, and he points to the east along the road, you will come across a watchtower called the Ancus Watchtower. You would have obviously had to pass through there in order to get to the jungle to the south, because you would obviously had to arrive in Cantonese, which is that way, of course. Um,
Of course.
so go there, and there is a garrison there, and you can speak to them, and perhaps whatever trouble you're in, they can deal with it. Um,
Yes. Yes. Yes.
he just shrugs. I have my own business to take care of, but don't make me regret this. And they just
Yes.
kind of march on to the west or to the
Oh.
north.
Yes.
To the north.
Oh.
You're saying yes. My God.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
No. Stop
Yes.
talking. You're not allowed to
Uh,
talk anymore.
yes. We go east. Yes. Yes.
East. Let's go. East.
Okay. Yes.
All right.
20 kilometers east.
So you can move. So if you're going along the road, you can move up to 12 hexes in a turn, which will take 4 hours. So go ahead and go.
Oh, yes.
Okay, enough.
You gotta stop.
I'm sorry. Okay. Yes.
No.
No. No. No. No.
Okay, go ahead and stop
we go.
right there real quick. Let's see, what was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. So as you're traveling along the road, you see a wagon and what look like well-to-do merchants passing by, heading the same direction, but a little bit, potentially a little bit faster since you guys are carrying the statue and the food and everything. Anyway, one of the things you notice is that one of the emblems that was on the boxes that you found in the temple um, is on the side of the cart, and in fact, it seems to be out of the boxes where you got the dried fruit. So they're kind of passing by you. So what do you guys do, if anything?
Hail.
Why are we
The
running?
merchant kind of looks back. Are you talking to me? He yells over
Yes.
his corner, over his shoulder. He stops and lets you catch up, and then he looks down at you as you walk up, and he says, "Yes, can I help you?
Just passing through.
My wagon is full. I'm afraid I don't have room for hitchhikers. But is there something else you need?"
No.
I see. Well, well, it looks like you guys are on foot, so I'll just say it. There's been some unfortunate incidents lately. So watch out for yourselves and make sure to travel together.
Yes.
And then he goes off.
That was needlessly cryptic.
Um.
All right, you guys can continue.
Yes.
Stop.
So as you continue to follow down the road, up ahead you see in the distance this walled structure. You can see a tower rising up, probably about 25, 30 feet. above the walls, which are about 10 feet tall. And it's hard to make out from this distance, but you can kind of see people going in and out of some sort of gate. You can continue.
Hmm.
All right. So eventually, you wind up at this. Come on. You wind up at this gate, and you can see that on the other side of the gate, you can see that there's buildings. You can see what looks like a temple on the other side, and you also see at the front of the building a some sort of sign, which I'm going to show you now. So you can see there, you see that sign on basically on stone, um, and you can also see kind of below it where it says Ancus Watchtower, and then it tells you that the Ancus Watchtower is a rest stop for travelers, and that it is named after Ancus of Prexynos, the leader of the group that originally explored this area of the island. And you see the arrows kind of, one arrow points to the right, seems to be pointing along the road, the other arrow is pointing to the left, and you see names and numbers. All right.
Distances. All right.
So what do you guys do?
Supposed to move forward.
Darcy, I cannot help but notice that we obviously do not know very much about this land.
Oops.
What if you were to tell anybody that we were kidnapped and used as forced labor? That would at least explain why we know so little about our environment.
That's fair.
We need a backstory. I agree. It's a decent one.
Hmm.
Also, how are you guys going to explain me to anyone?
That's a good
are.
question. We found a statue? Question mark.
Yeah, but you have to tell somebody that I'm petrified, you know?
Yeah.
You can tell someone we have a petrified friend. You could just be a statue regardless, and we can just say, hey, do you know anything about petrification? Until we actually find the person that would know this, I just say we ask questions about, like, we have a petrified friend, not necessarily that this weird bug statue is the petrified person. It's just a statue we found that we're going to sell or whatever.
Yeah, I like that idea.
All right. As you approach, you can see that the evening is setting in. The sun is starting to go down. It's gotten a bit darker. And as you were approaching, you kind of saw traffic going in and out, but that seems to have slowed. And you see two guards look like they're manning the gate, which is still currently open. So what do you do?
Walk through the gate? Question mark.
All right, so you approach the gate, and as you do, the guards kind of look over you and start waving you in, and then they notice the statue, the barrels, and so on the gurney, and they say, "Hold on, what do you have over there?"
A statue.
It rather hideous one at that. But what else do you have?
Nothing.
What do you have again?
No, you guys.
Nothing.
You have maiden fruit.
Those are
No.
berries.
Yes, fruit.
Yeah, pretty much.
I see.
Just rations.
Okay. Do you have any weapons hidden in the in those folds?
No.
No.
Any any tools or anything that you should declare?
Do we have any tools?
No.
I don't think so.
No.
Yeah, no, I don't think we have any tools.
Just a little bit of dried fruit and wine.
Very good. And then he waves over his friend. Just give it a glance over. It seems perfectly harmless. Although I'm not sure where you plan on storing that statue. It's hideous. Another
It's
guard.
beautiful.
It's gorgeous. It's a work of art.
One of the other guard kind of starts just kind of poking around at your contraption, Custodes, and you're just looking at the tops and the barrels and everything, and he shrugs and walks back. You're good to go. If you go inside, you will see a temple of Athena. You should give your respects. There's the barracks, of course, but please um, don't bother them unless you actually have a problem. If you follow the road, you will find the inn. It's also called the Ancus Inn, as I'm sure you know. Um, they'll tell you there, but it's a half mithna per person if you want to stay. Um, Meals are fairly easy going here. Roughly two small mithna per person, I would say. And then if you want to get all cleaned up, to the right are the public baths. There are to the left are the stables, which you don't need, but you will also find the public toilets. And then there's a couple of small homes, but you should stay away from there unless you live here, which I'm pretty sure you don't. So off with you. Do you have any questions before you go?
Um,
No.
are
Did
there
he mention an
medical
inn of any
facilities?
kind?
Yes, the
Yes.
Anchus Inn.
Okay.
Are you having medical facilities of any sort? Healers?
Um, you can inquire at the inn as far as healing goes, or you can pray in the Temple of Mitna.
Okay, thank you.
Of course. And then as you pass by, he nods over to the other guard. I think it's time to be closing up. And they start closing the gates as after you pass through. All right, so you find yourself in a fairly a fairly large walled-in area, and there's a public garden, there's a fountain, there's a temple of Mithna, there's a separate walled-in section. One of the gate says barracks on there, and that's the first time you've seen it. You notice that for some reason the common tongue here, you can tell it's different than the common as you knew it in your various different worlds. Um, but for some reason, you can read and speak it here fluently. And then the road continues to the inn, and then branches off both left and right um, behind, around the temple and the barracks. So what do you do?
Well, he did say that the temple and the inn are the two places to be checking for assistance with healing. Are there any preferences on where perhaps we should start?
If we are to
Mm,
check the inn, I would like to play so that we may earn some coin. We cannot stay for free in many places, and I do not wish to sleep on streets like a rat.
That is an excellent idea. We have need of the ability to trade.
To the end.
All right, so you go into the inn.
yeah.
All right, so you make your way down the street, and as you reach the end, looking either to the left or right, or the street continues, You can see that kind of behind the barracks, the or the wall that separates out the military area from the rest. You can see various tents, or sorry, overhangs, and yeah, and tents and other stalls. It seems to be some sort of um, shopping area. And then on either side of the inn, you can see the bathhouse and the stables. And then once you reach the end, you can see sturdy doors and proudly declaiming Anchus Inn. And so I'm assuming you enter.
Yep.
Yeah, and then yeah, inside you can see a counter, and on the counter you can see various holes, kind of right into the wood, and you can see people kind of reaching into the holes and pulling out food items like cheese and so on and such. You also see various tables and chairs, and you notice that the chairs are adorned with animal shapes such as panthers and lions and things like that. You notice that the inn is fairly full, and people are eating cheeses and olives and various fruits, and seem to be drinking, from what you can tell, predominantly wine. And behind the counter is a rotund figure, looks balding, with a mustache but no beard, and he seems to be talking to customers. And as he sees you walk in, he kind of waves you over. So what do you do?
Hello. We talked.
Okay, yeah, you walk up and he says, like, "New here, I take it. I haven't seen you folks around.
Yes.
So, you just come from the mainland, or you've been here for a while?"
Um. Something like that.
Yeah.
Which is it?
Come from the
Um.
mainland.
Yes. Yes.
Of course.
We're kind of new here.
Okay.
Somewhat new.
So, so you must have come from Catanese then.
Um. Yeah.
I see. So, what sort of business are you heading toward, if you don't mind me asking?
We're travelers. Explorers.
A bit of this, a bit of that.
Oh, explorers, you say. So,
Yes.
perhaps, perhaps you're with the historical society then.
Mm, no.
No, we are freelancers.
Oh, okay. Interesting. So, how do you as you guys came in? Did you guys come in with the gurney, with the statue and everything?
I would assume we left it outside.
Yeah, because
Or
I
did
thought
we?
it would be hard to get through the door.
Yeah.
Well, if we're doing that, I'm gonna stay outside with it.
Okay.
You let somebody steal me, I'm gonna keep my head.
But most people think you're hideous, so I don't know why they would want you.
I think
Well,
he's
You're
beautiful.
you're kind
just
of big to
mean.
you're kind of big for somebody to
Tell me
just
that
put
you
in your
think
pocket and
somebody
walk
would
away.
want to steal me. I'm gonna be sad.
I don't think anyone would steal him, but better rather be safe than sorry, right?
Of course, of course.
Alrighty. In that case, yeah. So, so you're freelancers then. How do you make coin?
Well,
Uh,
I produce my lute. Well, no, she doesn't have a lute. She has
you
a
have a
viol.
loot suit?
She has a viol. I sing and I perform.
I put on my
As she
loot suit.
as she pulls out her musical instrument, I kind of make little sparks behind her head and above her on in a minor illusion, just to make it look like a flourish.
Okay. So you're making sparks and stuff.
That's smart.
Yeah, when she pulls out her lute, just to accentuate what she's doing to try and
Okay.
Buffer
So
up.
as you pull out the musical instruments, and then you see these sparks go off, the guy all of a sudden his face goes from amiable to kind of the stricken look.
What's
What
he from?
what was that?
What was that?
The sparks. Where did they come from?
I I don't know. I just bring out
She's a
He
music.
looks
musician.
or
That's what she does.
he carefully looks around and he says, you know, maybe you didn't hear this, but the oracle warned us of the coming of the false gods. You know,
Whoa.
and
Oh, we are not false gods, you
and
see.
people had warned us about that many of them are demons.
We are
my.
And
simply travelers, you see.
and so
Uh,
you understand. Maybe you didn't hear this, but things that look supernatural. Let's just say it's best that they're not associated with you. If you understand what I'm saying.
Look, she plays the instrument, and I do a little dance, and it's just the normal traveler things.
He rubs his eyes. Maybe it was just a trick of the light. Um,
I think it
Are
was.
you?
Right, I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was.
Go ahead and give me Shane. Go ahead and give me a persuasion or a deception check.
Why
Can
are
I
there
can I
people who
help him?
aren't good at this talking?
Yeah,
Can
why are you
I?
talking so
Okay.
much?
Persuasion or you said
Deception
persuasion or perception?
or deception.
Oh,
And
deception. All right, hold on.
I have a
Are you
thing.
gonna help me?
Yeah, can I help him? I have a proficiency in persuasion.
Okay. Yeah, you were talking too, so that's fine.
Okay. Oh
Oh
no.
my god.
Oh
I'm a
no.
one.
And as you guys are talking, this guy he's like, I don't. Okay, look, you have coin, yes?
Listen, all right, and I'm
Okay.
putting on my straight face now. Listen, we don't want no trouble, okay? So just let us get a room and stay the night, and we won't make any trouble. All right?
Okay then.
Why
Darcy
are
is
you
going
making
to
this?
So
definitely
look,
walk away from this counter right now.
Yeah.
how many of them? How many of them are you? It's half a mithna per night per person.
All right, and there's 5 of us here. Okay.
So 2.5 will suffice.
Okay, that's fine.
We don't have gold.
I don't know. Do we have money?
No, you dumb
Oh
dumb.
shit! All right, hold on.
The bard was supposed to be trying to sing for our way in, and you
Well,
kind
that's
of
not gonna work.
got
That's
away
not
then.
gonna
Yelled
happen.
at him the
That's
entire
not
time.
gonna happen. All right.
It was gonna happen.
No, it's not. It's done. It's over. All right.
No, okay, first of all right, time out. We need to first have like a talking order because this talking over people is not gonna work.
Talking. I
Secondly,
mean,
you know, our characters probably need to come to a consensus on who's going to, handle human interactions because so far we haven't been doing very hot.
well, I wasn't able to persuade him of our party, but
I
we
mean,
don't have any
what's done is
money,
done.
and
It's just
maybe
this should be a
no,
learning moment for our
is there any
characters.
other taverns in town? Is the question, I think.
And as you guys are kind of whispering, he's standing there, kind of just touching the counter. Kind of. You have coin, yes?
We are getting to
Hold on.
that.
There's a
We are
spider
getting to
on my
that.
wall.
May I play a new establishment?
Hmm. One moment. He opens the back door, and you can see a kitchen behind the door, and you see this rotund woman behind there with her hair kind of tied up over her head, deep black hair, and she has a scowl, and you hear her yell. So, did the musicians ever show up? And it's like, no, I told you to get a new one. Okay, I'm working on it right now. And then he comes back. All right. Show me an example of if you can play me a song. Just a few minutes, just so I can get a sense of whether you can do it.
Of course, of course. And she's gonna look back at her group, and she's gonna like give them a look of "Don't fucking mess with me while I do my shit."
Tavros is standing there silently watching,
Okay.
not
All
doing
right,
anything.
if you don't mind, compatriots, I do not wish to have any help whatsoever.
Yes, of course.
And she like steps away from them a bit to give herself room.
Okay.
And then she risens up her bow and she starts to play.
All right. Go ahead and give me a performance check to see how well it goes over, or anything else that you think, or a tool use if that was more appropriate.
I mean, it should be fine in theory.
Haha.
Okay,
No.
you're playing a song. What kind of song are you playing? Is it like a happy song? Is it a dance song? Is it like a ballad? What kind of thing are you playing?
I could literally give you a YouTube link if you want.
No, just a quick description would be fine.
It's a bouncy, kind of friendly dance type song, something that would definitely play in a tavern or a bar or at a festival.
Okay. So there, he listens for a little bit, and then he kind of waits you to stop, and he says, "All right then. Well, we had some people lined up, and well, I guess we got lucky. You're hired. So the way it works is that you play, you get you will cover your room. You get meals. There's a light breakfast. There is a midday meal and a full dinner. If you're late, then the kitchen closes. Then that's that. But unfortunately, he kind of whispers, the ship is pretty tight back there, if you know what I mean. So you just show up on time, no problem. And on top of that, we will pay you 2 mithna a day for every day you perform. Does that sound reasonable?
It does.
Psst, ask if that includes your party or if it's just room and board for you.
He looks at Tavros, having heard that, and says, "Yes, it includes your party.
Oh,
How many people
wonderful.
are in your group?
5, I believe. Yes.
5 people total. All right." And he
Well,
pulls out a scroll
no,
and
it's not
ink.
five.
It's 5. It's 5.
There's 6 of us.
Yeah, but
I'm just a
you're
rock.
outside. It's fine. You're fine. You're a rock. Yeah, don't worry.
All
No.
right. So you there, the bard. What's your name?
Oh, my name is Darcy.
Very good. My name is Marcus. Good to meet you. All right, Darcy.
Pleasure.
Please have the rest of your whoever is staying with you. Please have them make their mark here. And he basically turns the scroll around and gives you the ink and a basically a little wooden pen.
Oh, yes,
All
of
right.
course.
So we have a contract basically. Darcy will sign, and then she's gonna like let everyone else sign after her, since she's the actual fucking breadwinner.
Huh, yes, I put
I'm
some
the important
scribbles
one.
on the paper.
Very good. Well, the does everybody sign, including Cyclonin?
Gosh.
Okay. So you come back. You come in for that, Cyclonin.
Only if somebody went and got me.
I'll come and tap him out.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. So everybody signs, and then he rolls
Before
it
I
up.
sign, Before I sign, I'm gonna look it over. What do I see as the previous 4 names on this list?
Good question. So, Brosnan, what name did you put down?
I guess Gizzard. Gizzard's a humanish name, right? I think.
Not really. It's literally a chicken part.
Okay.
Oh, that's
But
fine.
that's
That's
the
what you
name
put.
I'm going with.
That's what you
If
put.
that's your name, then put your name, brother.
All right,
That's my
Shane,
name.
what did you put?
I put my initials being Tavros, so a T.
You put T.
I put T.
He asked for once you wrote the T down, he would have asked, put the rest of the
All right. I put Tavros.
okay. All right, and then so that's Brosnan. Joel didn't put anything, obviously,
Yeah.
and then you saw Darcy listed. So everybody, it looks like everybody used their real names. Cyclonin.
Alrighty then.
Go ahead,
What did you
brother.
put?
So I'll just write my name, just the first name only.
Okay. Yeah. So he looks at it. It's like, oh, wow. I'm guessing that some of you come from far indeed. Well, no problem here.
Gosh.
I'm assuming you've been through Katniss and you came, you come with a proper authority from Mathena. So, all right then. She puts it away. The evening meal is starting, so we will. You can enjoy the meal. We wouldn't want you to perform on an empty stomach. And it looks like you've been traveling, so I'm sure you can use the rest. And then once the meal is over, Darcy, you will need to perform for 2 hours in the evening, and then you may rest. The rest of your group may rest whenever they wish. And then tomorrow, Darcy, you'll perform periodically throughout the day. We'll draft out a schedule for you.
All right.
Any questions? If not,
Are there
Yes,
any other?
I do have question.
okay. Speak.
How many days do I play in a row?
As many days as you wish, up to a week. It's your room and board is paid for plus 2 mithna a day.
Good to know. Thank you. That is all.
Okay.
Are there any other things in this inn as forms of entertainment? Are there like gaming tables or card playing or anything like that?
I'm afraid not. This is you see, this is it's going to be a bit stripped down from what you're used to in the mainland, especially being this is a way station. It's basically a way for travelers. I'm sure you know this, but it's a way for travelers to have a place to rest as they're traveling to other locations. This is fairly
I was
modest
just
establishment.
I was just looking around to see if I could see him.
Oh, I thought you were asking. Sorry.
Yeah.
So yeah, you look around. You see mainly people drinking and talking. Um, you see a couple of people with music instruments that they're kind of playing for themselves. You know, they're not trying to entertain the group, but they're kind of just playing quietly. Um, you see some people looking over scrolls. You know, it's maybe some sort of deals or something. You see several merchants. You don't really see anything in the way of dice games or gambling.
Oh,
At
yeah.
least not right
I was
now.
I wasn't thinking necessarily gambling, but just any sort of that type of entertainment, just like, chessboards in the park type of thing.
Yeah. So as the guy was explaining, this place seems to be fairly bare. But he does go on to explain that yes, if you go when you if you go to I don't know if you're going to Ketnes or Palamani, but yeah, either way, you will find the stadium, you will find theater, you will find chariot races, all sorts of things. But yes, here people mostly pass through.
Okay,
All
thank
right.
you.
So what do you guys do?
So now just to clarify, was meals included with this lodging?
Yes.
All right. Is there a window that would have is there a window with a view to the outside that's also in the area where Darcy's going to be performing?
There are multiple windows with that are open to kind of let the light in. The windows are fairly small. You notice that there's no glass over the windows, so instead you kind of got these small openings. But there are multiple openings throughout the on each of the walls. You could find a if you moved your gurney kind of like along the side of the building or whatever, you could position it in an area where you can see it.
That's what I was looking for. So yeah, I'll do that and keep an eye on it through the dinner and also the performance, which I'll make it a point to listen to in its entirety.
All right. And so once you sit down for 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 dinner, they bring out cheese, bread, olives, and dried fruit. Um, they also bring out some citrus fruits, probably there's some oranges as well, and then they put wine or some sort of red wine in front of everybody as well. You notice they didn't even ask what you wanted to drink or eat. They just brought out food and then left it there. So, what do you guys do?
Well, Darcy's got a job to do, so after she's done, she's doing her job.
Okay, so you're just gonna eat and then start performing. What's everybody else doing during the meal or while Darcy's performing?
I will be a stone.
True.
I'll have a
Uh,
few drinks.
Okay.
Same.
All right. So yeah, they bring you out some drinks. You can see that people stay, or there are people in the inn for several hours. Some of them were listening to Darcy play, and she got a pretty strong role. So some of them are actually quite enjoying it. And in
I
fact,
get tips.
as the night starts coming to a close for Darcy, um, the innkeeper kind of motions you over, and he says, "Look, Darcy, sorry about that. The issues earlier. You got to understand. There's been some tension along the roads lately. Some been some supply issues and the fair number of hucksters and tricksters along the way. And you see, we hold a pretty tight ship here. We kind of have to make ends meet. So, but anyway, you performed well, and the um, the people seem to like you. So anytime you want to come and play, unless we've already got someone booked, of course. But any other time, you're welcome to come, and we'll be glad to have you. So I'm going to give you your two Mithna here, and as he kind of hands them over, you see that they're large silver coins, and you can see that there's the face of a woman with long hair, and you can see the top of some sort of staff she's holding with this kind of globe at the end, and it says Mithna on there, and it says somewhere else Mathena. And as you kind of weigh the coins, you guess that in your world, one of these large silver coins is probably worth the gold. And so he
Okay.
hands over two of these Mithna, and he says, and there were a few people who tossed a little bit of extra money. I'm not sure how it's done where you come from, but here they they give the money to the proprietor, which then passes it on. So that's what I'm doing now. And so he also puts down um, five smaller silver coins, and on it it says half mithna. It says um, we obviously take a bit of a little bit of it, as you can imagine, but this is most of it, and you can expect more tomorrow. After all, you only performed a couple hours, so the fact that you made this is already telling you something. You did quite well. Um, and so you get the idea that each of these half mithna is an electrum from your world. So you get two mithna and five half mithna. And if you look on your character sheet, you'll see where it says coins that it's already flavored with the right names. Do you see
Oh,
that?
wait, where do you see the coins?
Inventory, the top of your inventory
Inventory.
list.
Okay. So
Gold.
2 Mithna
Yeah.
and 5 half.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm. All
right.
And as he kind of hands the coins over, he has a servant come and show you to your rooms. And since there's five of you, it shows you into there's two separate rooms. One has three beds in it. One has two. Um, and the servant looks back and he says, "You, if you have stuff to bring up, we can. I can get some others to help. Do you have anything? Do you want any crates or chests to bring up?"
We do
I
have
can
a
do
few
with that
things.
myself.
Yes.
Oh,
Wait, the what? Wait, what now?
all right then, and they run off.
We have a statue to bring inside.
We have a
Oh,
statue and we have
we can either
barrels
bring
of
it
food.
inside or we could have somebody stand watch outside for the
Nah,
whole.
let's just bring it inside. It'll be fine.
All right.
Okay, so you guys
Oh.
go and start just hauling your stuff up the stairs.
Yeah, it's not that many things. 2 barrels, a crate, a statue, and 2 poles.
Okay.
He says sure.
Alrighty, so you got a room with 3 people, a room with 2. So who's staying where?
Since
I'll take the
Darcy made
statue.
since Darcy is the breadwinner, she is like, I'm taking the room with the less amount of people in it. And she's gonna look at who she has uh, as a possible roommate, and she like points at Judge. That I can tolerate you. You can stay in this room with me.
I take statue.
Alright, so the statue and everybody else is going into the 3-bedroom?
Yes.
Yes.
Alright, fair enough. Alright,
And
so.
just for good measure, I'm gonna give Kong another Warriors Awaken just in case he's ready to wake up now.
You do so.
Kong, wake up!
You're going to crack that eventually.
He's fine. He'll wake up.
He is petrified, and you're an idiot.
He's gonna wake up.
Not with your help, he's not.
You don't know that.
It hasn't worked so far.
Okay, well, try again.
No, it isn't going to work.
It might work.
You give up too easy.
No, you don't learn. That's your problem. You are
Mm-hmm.
bullheaded.
What is that supposed to mean?
Exactly. Good night. Go away. And he shuts the door.
Kong.
Um, I would like to telepathically broadcast again
Oh
and
my god.
say, hey, can you make me not stone, please?
I'm
So I,
trying, Kong.
real quick, I have a question for you, Kong.
And I have an answer. It's 120 feet.
Okay, and that's what you broadcast. How can you make me not stone?
Can
Kong,
you
I'm
please make me
trying.
not stone again? Yes,
Kong,
please.
I'm
Um,
trying.
Actually, that just went out to everybody in
It
our
went out
island,
to everybody in the
didn't it?
inn. Yes.
All
Kong,
right, so
Everybody downstairs, they're all
I'm
looking
shaking the
around.
statue at
so
this
as
point.
that happens, you suddenly hear voices from downstairs. You know, confusion. You hear yelling. You hear the demigods are here, and people running around downstairs. So as this is happening, what do you guys do?
I'm shaking the statue, saying, Kong, I'm trying. Wake up, Kong.
What's the weather like outside?
Oh my
It
god.
well, actually, I advanced too quickly. It was nighttime, so I'm gonna go back.
Oh,
All right, so yeah, it's a clear day. You can see stars. It's probably about 70 degrees or so outside.
Perfect.
In that case, the rooms, are there like any blankets or pillows?
Yeah.
I'm gonna grab a pillow and a blanket, and I'm just gonna go ahead and climb up on the roof of this place.
All right.
Kong. I guess if we have an extra bed, I'll lay Kong in it and say, Kong, my sweet prince.
Okay, so Cyclonin kind of crawls out and finds his way to the roof. You lay Khan on the bed, and then suddenly you hear a knock on your door, uh, and you're on the other side. This is Marcus. Open up.
Okay, everybody quiet down.
Okay.
I go to the door.
You open
What
it.
is it? What can I help you with?
He
No,
looks it.
I'm
He
saying it
looks
through the door.
around. He pokes his head in to look around, and he says,
What?
"You've you did you hear that? Did you hear
I
the
don't
voice in your head?"
know. No. What are you talking about? You hearing voices? You crazy?
He sighs. Uh, you don't understand what it means. It means that there's either a demon or a demigod, or perhaps one of the legendary beasts around. Um,
Well, I wouldn't know left from right when it comes to either of the two. So I'm trying to get some rest. If you could, please.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion or a deception.
Why are we letting him
Okay.
talk again?
Y'all are the ones who have him in your room.
I can't do anything. Don't blame this on me.
Mr. Lizard decided to go upstairs on the roof.
He
No,
uh,
No
that
cat.
was
he kind of
Dave.
shakes his head. He
No,
doesn't
Did you say perception also?
deception.
Oh,
Deception.
deception. No, I don't have anything with deception.
Okay,
No.
I'm gonna butt in. Okay, we have nothing to do with this. Let us sleep. We're tired. We're travelers. We've had a long day.
I am weary.
Time to go to bed.
Okay, well, you can. Actually, it's probably just a persuasion for you, because I don't think you're lying about any of that. So, yeah, roll a persuasion.
I grow weary.
Please.
All right. Your friend here is it? Never mind. Yes, enjoy your sleep. I'm just beware that if something happens, you know what the oracle said. If something happens, we will need to sound the alarm. But until then,
Of course.
enjoy your rest. And he leaves.
Oh, thank you, kindly, stranger.
Darcy, you hear a knock on your door next.
She opens it a crack because, like, who dareth?
Excuse me, miss. Sorry to bother you. Did you hear or have a strange experience or hear a voice in your head?
No. Beyond the scratching noises the idiots I travel with, no.
I see. So I want to warn you that there may be a demigod, a divine beast, or a demon in the premises. We don't. This does not. This should not happen here. The garrison is supposed to protect us, but they cannot protect us from things like that. I'm afraid. If anything
Well,
happens, we will sound the alarm, and you must be
What
ready to move.
what do you do once you sound alarm? Where do you go? What's his
Anywhere
procedure?
but
yes.
here. You.
Oh, so you just abandon whole city, whole town?
Yes.
Is there safe direction to run, or
Follow
is
the
it just
roads.
uh,
The
okay?
roads will take you to a city eventually. All right then.
What is, hold on. What is this about the divine beast? What is divine beast?
Um, it's difficult to explain, but something happened. The demigods, the false gods, have started coming, and since then the divine beasts have. Some of them have lost control. Um, I'm not sure what the gods are doing, but um, the oracle says that we must be wary of the false gods and the turmoil because of the turmoil they're causing in our world. Um, if you see a strange creature like a minotaur
Ah.
um, or a creature with scales or what have you,
Or
avoid it
cat.
if at all possible.
Yes, I grow weary.
And it's just scales or a bull's head is all it is. All you are saying there, yes?
You guys, as far as I know, you guys have closed the door. So currently he's talking to Dark. Oh no, you're there. Never mind. So it's yeah.
Yeah,
So it's like
I'm tolerable.
yeah, you're tolerable. Um,
Darcy does not
But
like
I'm
the
banging
others.
on the wall saying, "Go!" I'm trying to sleep.
and the innkeeper just puts his hand over his head. Yeah, Darcy, how? He kind of just looks at the wall, or he's hearing the "I let me sleep" banging on the other side.
I don't. You notice who I am bidding with. Not that. If I was my choice, they would sleep outside where they belong, with the donkeys and the rest of the barnyard animals.
He
Let me
he takes a
sleep.
deep breath and he says,
I apologize. Feel free to throw the big stupid one out at any time. I would not care.
"Good to know. I may take you up on that. We'll see. I should
It is
let you
your
sleep.
establishment.
I should not have bothered you." And then he walks away.
And she shuts the door and she sighs. She's like, ugh, I dislike that one.
Well,
All right.
perhaps we should
Eventually, the
learn.
screaming, the yelling, the running around that you heard starts to calm down, and
Did
uh,
any of this commotion extend outside?
You probably heard my psychic broadcast.
yeah,
Yes.
you definitely
Yeah,
heard it, and you also noticed people running around in the streets outside. You saw guards running around. You saw people with torches walking around, kind of looking around. You saw priests from the temple trying to calm people down. Yeah, it was a big commotion outside.
perhaps perhaps we should be learning as much as we can now that we're here about what exactly this turmoil is. I mean, even the most minor of magical effects is met with fear and their paranoia of all things not explicitly human is bizarre and almost racist.
Almost.
Maybe.
He kind of was,
I
yeah.
suggest we don't do anything out of the ordinary. No magic, no conjuring, nothing like that.
Yeah,
We
Hey,
are
that
I have a question.
mortals.
Am I still bright blue?
I don't think so. No.
The effect isn't temporary
Oh,
But
unless they
stone is
use
still
like a
from
stone.
wild magic.
yeah.
I had assumed that your
No,
human
once you
form
turn
is.
into a human, you
Yeah.
have your
Okay,
normal
cool.
human form. Once you turn back, you'll be blue again.
Right. Right.
Gotcha.
Not a whole lot of difference between a blue lizard and a green lizard, so it's hard to notice.
I feel like it's pretty easy to notice. Anyways,
All right, so you guys do anything else during that night?
No,
I'm just
probably not.
mainly.
I'm cuddling with Kong.
Okay. If only Kong could see himself now.
Yeah. He
oh my
doesn't
god.
know
Well,
it, but he's got plenty of love.
Yeah, plenty of love. All right, you guys wake up the next morning.
hey,
My
I
back
was
hurts.
planning on doing stuff.
Oh, sorry, Cyclone. What were you planning on? You were planning on doing something during the night?
A little bit, but I mean, first I wanted to
Oh,
make.
okay.
I was going to be watching the commotion with great interest and see what exactly they were doing. Like, were they just talking to people, or were they actually trying to look for anybody or anything? Um,
They were definitely looking around. There were people with torches. They kind of organized groups to kind of search the around the buildings and everything. Some people were just panicking. Guards were both kind of looking around and also trying to contain some of the panic. The priests were also out and about. You can tell, by their ceremonial garb, and they were trying to calm people. Um, One of them, you heard saying prayers as he was kind of walking by the building at one point. Um, so it's both organized by some and very disorganized. So it's both.
did it look like the guards were prepared for a fight, or was it
Oh
more
yeah, the
just?
guards were definitely walking around with weapons visible in their hands. Um, it's as you size up the guards going by, it's clear that you guys and probably the other demigods as well could take the guards in a one-on-one fight, probably without too much trouble. But you can see that they move around in groups as if they're used to or at least heard about tackling much tougher foes.
Alrighty. Well, once all that dies down, I'll basically just do stargazing until I fall asleep, just kind of thinking about how different this night sky looks than it did at home, and just kind of think of all the times I looked up at the night sky through the exterior walls of the crystal tower, and eventually just fall asleep.
All right then. You wake up the next morning, and it's drizzling. It was clear the night before. It's drizzling now, but it only lasts for about 15 minutes, and then it clears up again. All right. Now that you guys are up and Cyclonen is wet, what are you guys gonna do?
She's getting breakfast.
All right. Yeah, you head down, and you can see that there's a light meal. It's basically just bread and cheese and wine, um, and you can see that there are fewer people in the inn, and the innkeeper kind of walks up to you as you come down, Darcy, and he says, "I I'm afraid that you won't be getting much in the way of tips today. After last night's scare, a lot of people decided to move on bright and early, and so it's going to be pretty empty today, I think. But we'll
That
still
is
pay you."
It is understandable.
Good, he sighs. Yeah, understandable. You can see his head's down as he's going back behind the counter. All right, as you guys eat, are you guys talking about anything or doing anything?
I'm gonna ask Darcy, how did it feel?
She's going to squint at you. What are you talking about?
The performance. It was the first time in a very long time. that you would have had the opportunity to express your art as a mortal.
I always
Among other
express my art regardless of form.
But it has been a very long time since we've been able to do so, among others, such as this.
I expressed it towards my equal, though I do not necessarily have those now. It is reminiscent of days past, yes. Though I drew much larger crowds than these. It is, well, a little lackluster. But when we get to larger populations, I will get the attention I deserve. So long as certain bullheaded people don't cause problems.
Tavros, you can't help but notice she stares at you as she says that.
I
No
would have
more.
thought that fighting on the battlefield would have been more invigorating. Instead, I couldn't help but notice a sense of personal desperation. A feeling as if I am failing somehow.
Well, we haven't made much progress since we got here. In fact, we have a quite large problem that's upstairs.
Yes.
True.
Perhaps we can go about the establishment today and learn what we can.
This is fair. Someone should definitely check out the temple. Someone should definitely learn about anything else they can of this civilization. Also, definitely learn of anything of larger places or points of interest. Perhaps more temples or what
A
do they
temple.
call them? Ruins.
I shall go to the temple.
Oh, yeah, I'll go to the temple with you. Let's go. To the temple.
Okay. To
All right.
battle.
So Tavros and Gizzard, you two are going to the temple.
Gosh.
Okay. All right. So you make your way down the street to the temple. You can see on either side there is on one side there's a garden, and there's various seats for people to sit at. You can see that in the middle of the seats, you kind of this open area, and you can see two people standing there reciting poetry. And then on the other side, you notice a fountain, and you can see several people sitting around it. A woman walks up with a bucket, and you see her gathering some of the water, and then making her way to another area of the structure. And in the
Wait.
middle, you see the temple. It's about 50 foot in width, 30 feet high, and 50, 60 feet deep. Columns all around, and the massive doors are open. Inside, you see a statue of a woman holding a staff with long hair and holding what looks like scales in her hand. And you see various priests and an offering table and people thronging in and out. And yeah, as you get closer, you can see various people talking to the priests. So what do you do?
Do I have any coins, or does somebody else? Does somebody else have all the money?
You
We
don't have any
only
coins.
had we only had what I got from
Oh, okay.
playing, and
Are
I'm not
uh,
giving you the money.
are there any coins in the fountain?
What?
Are you going to search the fountain? Yeah, go ahead and give me a
No,
perception
no,
check.
you won't.
Okay.
Don't do
I'm just looking with my eyeballs if there's any
Okay.
coins in the fountain.
You do see some small bronze coins in the fountain.
And are they like within hand's reach, or are they far in the fountain?
No,
Um,
no.
you would have to kind of go over, bend over, and kind of reach your hand down. You could get them, but it would be very obvious what you're doing.
All right,
Right.
that's fine. I'll
No.
just move on and go to the priest.
All
Yeah.
right. So as you walk up to the priests at the front of the temple, one of them sees you two approaching, and he smiles. Welcome to the Temple of Athena. How may I help you?
Hail. Um, we were wondering if you knew of any, perhaps ever heard of a man becoming petrified.
Okay.
Do you speak of the story of the Medusa?
Yes, exactly.
Yes,
Or maybe a basilisk with
everybody
similar.
has heard of that story. Yes.
Yes. Is there any way of unpetrifying somebody who was petrified by the Medusa?
Yeah.
Yes, by divine gift of the gods, of course.
Oh, divine gift of the god.
Can you
Of course.
elaborate on what that means a little bit for us?
Right. Of course, because we know what it means, but we're just curious
Oh my god.
of what your take on it is.
Yeah. I'd like to hear your interpretation on this complex topic.
He,
Yes.
Lots of nuance.
you see him raise an eyebrow, and he seems a bit confused at first, and he says, "There isn't much complexity. You pray at the, you pray at the foot of the statue of the god, and should they should they deign to give you divine favor, they shall. Depending on the god, there might be some fasting involved, or contributions. Um, but yeah, I mean, besides,
Right.
no one's really petrified, so I'm
Right.
confused as the question.
Of course. It's just we were just wondering if it's
Hypothetical.
hypothetical, like
What
we're
might
just curious
be.
about its history, right? Like we're just curious about the history of it.
Yeah. We're looking to learn more specifically about the Medusa tale. If you have anywhere to point us, that would be helpful. Anyone
Right.
that might know more.
Your history
Oh, I see. Let's see. Well, in yes, there's a couple of options if you want to learn history. Of course, the city of Katniss has a reasonable sized library.
right.
Um, the Oracle of the Oracle of Keranos has basically they live in the mountains, obviously, and you can find the largest library on the islands.
Right.
Anything larger, you'll have to go back to the mainland, of course.
Of course.
But yes, obviously you will need to speak to the Oracle, depending on what kind of information you're seeking. But tales and legends are, free to everyone.
Of course.
Very
So prayer is your answer. Is it we should pray?
interesting.
Yes, praying will never hurt.
Of course.
If you
course.
want information, I suggest going to Katniss or the Oracle of Keranos.
Thank you.
I understand and I will comply. Thank you.
Okay, Tavros, let's leave this poor man alone and
Okay.
go.
Shall we pray?
Yeah, let's pray, shall we?
Let us pray.
Okay, you walk up to the statue and you kneel and you start praying, or at least pretending to pray.
And
Okay.
I
Pray for
give an
the.
offering of my torch because it is the
Your
only
torch
thing
is
I have.
gone, long gone.
Oh, my torch is gone. All right, I don't have an offering.
It got fireballed, remember?
That's right. Yeah, I remember that.
All right, so while Gizzard and Tavros are going to the temple, Darcy obviously is going to play her instrument in the inn, I assume. So
She's probably gonna wait until there's actually people to play for.
Okay. Fair enough. If you're intending to get room and board, they basically ask you to play several times throughout the day.
Oh sure, but she's it's how it's like if there's like 3 people in the room, you're not gonna play for 3 people.
Fair enough. So what's everybody else doing then? So Cyclonin, Judge, and Darcy.
Okay. What other places did you say were around here?
So there's the inn, the stables, the public baths, the public toilets. There's some housing, garden, and a look like some sort of shopping area, merchant area.
Okay, so maybe the merchant area. I'm thinking if I can if I can yeah, wander around down in the merchant area. I know I don't have any coin, but maybe look into inquiring about maybe a part-time job for a couple of days, just a hand, and seeing if I can hear the general talk, rumor mill, what information is flowing through the center.
Okay, fair enough. You spend a couple hours doing that. Go ahead and actually let me look up something real quick because I have something about this already. Let's see. Campaign guide. Rules. No, that's not it. Okay. Anyway, yeah. So you go around and so you're basically looking for information. You're trying to get a job, and and what else? Was that the main thing? Was
Yeah, maybe find a part-time job and try and listen in on conversations. Maybe if I have to be a part of conversations, trying to, what's the general gossip moving through the trade center as people are shopping?
okay.
They're talking about what's happened, in their homeland or, general current events type
Sure.
things.
Yeah. Go ahead and give me a charisma check.
Okay. Can I give myself a little guidance on this or just straight up?
Yeah. You if I don't think there's anything in guidance that wouldn't. Yeah, it applied just fine.
Alrighty. Charisma check.
Okay. So as you're going through, kind of inquiring for work, there is there's a merchant who basically requires help moving things around. Basically moving. He's got some. He actually apparently lives here. He's one of the few merchants who actually lives here permanently or semi-permanently, and he actually he's a blacksmith, and he makes goods out of his own house, and he needs help basically moving goods from there to what he calls the agora, which is the kind of merchant area. He basically calls it a very small one, a small agora. He keeps talking about how the agora in Katniss is so much larger. Um, anyway, and so he's willing to pay you um, 2 mithna a day to kind of help him move goods, basically to his stall and then back again, and to kind of help throughout the day to kind of run back and forth as a kind of a gopher. Um,
Okay.
and so, are you willing to take that job? Basically, you'd be spending the day doing that for 2 Mithna.
I can, yeah, I can do that. Basically, I'll basically be his stock boy, and then I'll be able to, listen in on what
Right.
people are talking about and see if I can glean more information about this world and what's going on with it.
Oh, cool. All right. So yeah. So you kind of run back and forth, and then you hear people talking throughout the day, various rumors and whatnot. One of the things you hear is that recently, within the last couple of weeks, there was a rash of thefts along the path from Katniss to Palamani, and apparently several many crates of goods were stolen, and people aren't sure what happened to it. And eventually, some of the brigands were caught, but others were never seen from again. And as you're kind of listening to it, and you know the uh, various companies this happened to, various merchants that happened to, the dried fruits, and, you know, among others, comes up, and you kind of make the connection. That's like, oh well, at least some of those goods you had actually partaken in back at St. Deal. Another thing that you hear about is apparently um, somebody went south into the deep into the jungles in the south past the shrine of Saint Deal, and supposedly he wound up somehow in the deserts to the north, um, dozens of miles away. Um, and you know, from what you hear, nobody believes them. You know, it's like tall tales and whatnot. But apparently, the guy who's passing through, by the name of Silius, from what you gathered, um, you know, he kept insisting that it's true, and then he apparently headed off to Katniss in order to seek help or something. So those are the main things you hear. You also hear some various unrest. You hear that the oracle has predicted the coming of the false gods, and you predicted that many, if not all, of those false gods are demons. Um, you've also and then apparently the divine beasts that used to protect the will of the gods. Some of them have seemed to have gone crazy, or perhaps you know are now fighting against the gods. Perhaps people seem to be confused, and then others have heard rumors that the gods aren't responding the way they used to. But most people don't believe that there's any truth to that. All right,
Okay.
so that will be that'll basically be what Judge does during the day. So Cyclonin and Darcy, what are you two doing? And
Whenever
Conglomerate,
there's
if you're making more of a ruckus as well.
if there's more people besides like if it's no longer crickets in there, if there's like actually like 5 people at least in there, she'll start playing.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, eventually more people come in, but it throughout the day it never gets to the same size as you saw the previous night.
Right. It's just she's not gonna play if there's only one person in there.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
no point.
So eventually, there's still half a dozen people or so.
Yeah, as long as there's at least 5 people in there, she will play.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and give me another performance or instrument skill roll to see how well you do tonight, if you're into it tonight.
Yep. Soul grind. Okay, where? Load. Performance. Do the thing.
So you
Yeah.
start playing, and you're not sure what it is that's bothering you. Perhaps you can tell us what's bothering you, but it's just you're just it's not happening tonight. You're playing, but your spirit's just not in it for some reason. So
Probably
what's
because of the whole broadcasting debacle, firing up everybody, and then also just having to deal with very unideal situations and with unideal party members. We got a bug statue, then we got like some other people.
That's not my fault. I'm being victim blamed right now.
Who,
Then
who
we
are
got
these
a
other people
big
you speak of?
mouth, and we got a big mouth bull guy who's not.
Huh?
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean that's all good reasons, but regardless of the reason, yeah, it's just you're off tonight. But you tried nonetheless. So Cyclonin, what are you doing?
I'm gonna go over to the guard post.
Okay, so yeah, the barracks and the watchtower, they have their own inner walls. They have their own gate, and you can see there's two guards standing outside of the gate. And so as they approach, they kind of wave you to stop. How can I help you, sir?
I have no I could not help but notice the commotion from last night. Plus, it seems many reports from people about just general dangers in the area.
Yes, sir. There's been a rash of thievery. There's been the pronouncement by the oracle. There's been the creatures in the jungle acting strangely.
Are there opportunities for mercenary work?
There are indeed. You see, he kind of looks over you. Are you wearing your armor and you have your glaive, or you put those away?
I got the impression that the disguise somehow concealed that stuff.
It basically makes your armor look like regular armor, like other humans would wear, and make your glaive look like a regular glaive, but they still exist.
All right, then, out of curiosity, why didn't they care about our weapons yesterday?
They were asking you for if you had any concealed weapons, but they seemed to take it in stride that you would have some weapons on your person.
It's like, we don't care that you have a 10-foot bladed pole, but you better not be hiding a dagger anywhere.
That's actually
No,
unfortunately accurate to the real world too.
yeah, well, depends where you live, but yeah. And if you have permits for shit.
But yeah, you get the impression that there's definitely dangers along the road, so they do expect people to be armed at least to some degree. But anyway,
All
do you
right,
have
well,
that stuff on you?
uh, I actually probably doesn't make sense to be wandering around town with that stuff, so
Okay.
no, I'd have left it behind.
Okay,
But
fair enough. So yeah, he kind of looks at you critically, and then he says, "You think you're up for the work?"
I have a fair bit of experience guarding settlements from external threats. Um, I can fight.
As he looks, he kind of he nods and he says, "I see that you do have some skill. Do you do you work with a group, or is it just you?"
I do have a group that I travel with. For the moment, I only speak for myself, but if they are interested, I would be happy to recruit them as well.
I see. Well, please come in. I'll take you to the watchtower, and you
Mhm.
can speak to the captain. So he leads you inside, and once you get inside, you see that there's a fairly large barracks. They seem to have their own mess hall and public toilets and their own stable. And then at the very end, or sorry, and then off the right, right inside the gate, you see a 30-foot tall square watchtower. And he takes you up to the door, and right inside you can see there's basically an office right inside the door, and then he you see the guard walk up to the captain. It's clear that based on his basically golden looking armor that obviously not real gold, but definitely that color, and his red, uh, bright red cloak, that he definitely is someone of rank. And then the soldier kind of leans over and whispers to him, and then kind of walks out. And he kind of clasps your shoulder on the way out. And then the captain looks over to you. Well, I see you're looking for work. Well, I'm Captain Julius. Who might you be?
I am Cyclonin.
Interesting name. Anyway, my his I trust I trust the judgment of my men, and I'm told that you look like you have some capability about you. You know, you can kind of just tell if you've been in this business for a while. So I'm not going to make you run any silly tests or anything. But first and foremost, we have a bit of an issue. And we're short on manpower, so I'm actually happy that you came looking for work. But before we can get to that, I have to ask you, you know, the obvious stuff. I have to ask everybody the same thing, so I mean no offense. But when you arrived at the mainland, I'm assuming that you arrived in Cantonese like everybody else, and you registered yourself there. You got your stipend and your place to stay, and then eventually you moved on. Is this all correct?
That is not correct.
Okay. And then please tell me the truth.
I do not know how to describe this in detail, but essentially we were brought here against our will. I do not understand how we got here exactly, but when we managed to become free of ourselves, it was out in the jungle, and we had to trek out this way to attempt to find civilization.
So you found, so you were captured, and what of your captors?
I do not know. Were besieged by various creatures that we fought immediately. It is possible that those same creatures may have played a part in this. I do not know.
He's listening to the story, and he seems to be, you know, kind of measuring it. Go ahead and give me a persuasion check, but you have advantage.
All right.
Or deception.
Well, definitely not a deception. I was deliberately trying to avoid saying things that weren't true.
Fair enough.
Let's see. Whoops. I goofed up there.
That's okay. You can roll it again.
Yeah.
He sighs and he says, I'm not sure how such a thing could happen, but I do believe you. No one would make up such a tale. Just yes. Well, then I need to. Here's what you need to do. Where are you from? Where are you from originally?
A small community called Vingar.
I haven't heard of it. I assume it's on the mainland.
It's very distant.
Okay then. So here's what you need to do, and your group needs to do this as well. You need to go to Cantonese. Once you arrive in Cantonese, you need to go to the dock, and it'll be easy to find. And once you arrive at the dock, you will you will need to find a place called imports. It is signs. It's not a problem. Once you go to get there, you will need to tell them your story, your names, as best you can, how you got here. And he pulls out a scroll, and he kind of opens it up and he quickly signs it, and then he writes your name down. Did I spell this correctly? And he shows it to you. It looks like it's correct.
Yes, that is correct.
I see. You have others with you. You should bring them as well. I will put their names in here. You will need to go to Katniss and then go to imports. Give them this. Give them your story. As much information as you can. Hopefully, we can find these people or catch them. Figure out how they got here to begin with. Um, their ship should have been tracked. It doesn't make sense unless there's been um, unless something has happened to one of the ships. Thinking about it, one of them is late, but no matter. Um, and then once you do that, they will give you a small stipend from Mithina, like this happens to everyone who comes to the colony. And you'll be given a temporary place to stay, so you can get on your 2 feet on your feet. You can get some work, and then hopefully be able to make your own way. Once you do that, if you're still looking to help out, we're perfectly willing to. We need all the help we can get, but you have to understand we can't hire you until you get registered with the colony.
I understand.
So if you can do me a favor, I'll talk to the guards outside. Go and get the others. Anybody who's with you, so I can put their names in this document. Otherwise, they'll be questioned and they'll be grilled, and well, some of them aren't as some of them are looking for fault, and some of them will push you. It's better if you go through this process to tell me. It'll be a lot easier for you. So please, um, go get your allies. Bring them here in an hour, and they'll let you in, and we can get this taken care of.
I will do so immediately.
Very good.
Oh,
And then a guard
thank you.
comes to kind of see you out.
All right.
All right. Go ahead.
So I'm gonna go ahead and promptly look for everybody. I
And
guess knowing that
as you go and you kind of start looking for everybody, that's actually where we're going to end the session because it's already 11. All right. So I want to